Hey Shark, how's it going? Thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday has been treating you well so far. Gonna be more of a chill stream this time. No big plans, just messing around with a little bit of React, a little bit of Next.js, and a little bit of Code Wars. So variety, the spice of life. And glad to hear. Yeah, I mean, we do got a little bit going on. So I don't know if you were here for the last stream, but basically we Reactified an entire non-React full stack app. And while we did deploy it, there's different ways to deploy it. So I'm going to be deploying it to, as the title says, Netlify and GitHub pages. Show how that works. Gonna be maybe Next.jsifying the whole thing. I don't know, adding some features and messing with some code wars. Because there's a new extension I found. Well, I didn't find it, but it might make good old VS Code debugging a little easier. Hey, Esther Judith. Yeah, there will be React, I promise. It just might not necessarily be from scratch, like, because we already have a little bit from last time, but I'll make sure to go through it all nonetheless. But yeah, that last one, I mean, what can I say? They're pretty long, but we did, like, that. I was able to manage to fit it all in one stream. It's a new record for me. No part twos to that particular stream. It was a miracle, I do say so myself. Hey, Car 6, thanks for coming on by. It's going good, going good. Hope both y'all been having a good Saturday. We're about, I suppose, if us Hunttober's calendar is concerned, we're probably about halfway through it by now. Oh, look at that. I didn't set the thingy. Woo. Doing it live. There we go. There we go. Nope, not that much. There we go. Yeah, I mean that's definitely where that's literally the first thing we're gonna knock out, Saint Rufio, so we'll knock that part out first and then we'll do some other stuff. Just to catch up those who may not be in the know. Dev? Oh no, npm run start. So this is binary upload boom. Okay, npm installed. Essentially, it is a full stack app that is templated off the 100 devs base. Those don't know. All the code is right here on a GitHub if you just want to get that. All branched accordingly based on when we did it all that fun stuff. Hey, Goofer G, nothing much, nothing much. I just realized I didn't set the thing right. We're just starting out. Yeah, we doing a little work today. As you can see, I pushed it like 32 minutes ago, so it is some hot code. Hey, yeah, coding with strangers. Thanks for coming all by. Those who don't know, y'all probably do. Coding with strangers also got some pretty cool streams in themselves, from Selenium automation, Python, all kinds of crazy stuff over there. Should probably check them out when you get time, though. Like I said, most y'all probably already know them. But yeah, so this is the binary boom. As you can see, the latest Reactification branch has all of React on it, and it's amazing, and it works perfectly well. And the way we deployed it was we deployed it as one whole thing. It's a persistence goofer G, right? Just maybe. I mean, the great thing about it is that it's all documented, right? So just give yourself a break. Maybe come back to it in 5 minutes. Let me try npm run start. There we go. Yeah, the way that I deployed it last time is we have the backend, so we got the backend, and then inside the backend we have the front end. So they're all deployed as one whole thing that we sent off to Heroku, or insert thing that's not going to be dead in a month, which works, as you can tell. I mean, you can't tell yet, but to reactification herokuapp.com, it do be, well, I swear it was here. Okay. Hey, whoa, dude. Yeah, how's it going? How's it going? You're watching me forget how URLs worked. I know this works. There we go. So don't typo your URLs. As you can see, it do be working. This is very much React. I will prove it's React, unlike last time, by showing you the the inspector tool so we can see. Look at all that reactiveness. So it is React, and it's deployed with the kind of like this. All the code's there. But some people might not want to deploy it this way. Some people might want to use things like GitHub Pages or Netlify, which while they don't support Heroku, they do support any other static thing. The serverless, we're not talking about serverless yet, like Create React App. Because essentially, all we need to do, we did here, was we built it, and then from our server, we served it. So remember, React, once you're done with it, it's completely static. Yeah, whoa, dude. Thankfully, like, when Cloudinary goes wrong, like, it usually tells, like, what credential is wrong and stuff, so it's got like, some pretty alright errors in my experience, when you do mess up any of the credentials. But they think your signature is wrong. Got cloud name, API key, and API secret. I don't know what a Cloudinary signature is. Time to find out. Digital signatures verify integrity of message. Oh. Well, I didn't really need to do that. But yeah, I guess you're doing some pretty advanced stuff there, whoa, dude. TRPC. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting sounding challenge for sure. TRPC. Cloudinary. Well, it's not exactly an uncommon combination, so I'm sure you will figure it out. Getting those kind of credentials stuff to match up, especially generated ones, can be a little tricky, that's for sure. I think this is all locally. 2121. There we go. And as you can see, locally, the app also works. Okay, it doesn't want to work now because... Nope, it does. It's just slow. There you go. So you see, it do be working. Now what we're going to do is essentially... So currently the backend, the front end is inside the backend, but now we're going to have a separate backend, which is going to be on Heroku. So that's not changing. We're leaving the backend alone. But then our front end, it's not a box, is going to be going to Cloudinary, well, not Cloudinary, Netlify, and GitHub Pages. So, and then these two will communicate via the API request to Heroku accordingly. This is sometimes an easier way to set it up because your backend server, you basically make no changes to it. Like, you don't have to tell it to look at some different Express static folder. You don't have to set up a package JSON to build the front end or install the front end. So it's a few less backend changes. But as you saw, or those who were on the last stream, if you're been streaming for 9 hours, you're gonna get like cores paranoia. So for those who are asking like, oh, what happened with the cores? It works. This cores actually works. Just when you're running for that long, your brain does the wrong thing. So this cores perfectly works, and so does the front end. Yeah, Esther Juice, it's a different way of doing it for sure. But not the most common way, because it takes like a little bit more work and it takes a little bit more know-how, but you can put them in the same thing. I know, whoa, dude, I mean, I think you might have been there, or if not, I spent like 30 minutes being like, what's wrong with cores? And it was really just me, just not with a fresh brain on it. It's like, the back end, you need to do this. Maybe you don't need to do this. I'm not willing to test if I can change this. Just do something like that. And then on the front end, what I needed to do, which I did do correctly, is when you make your fetches, make sure to have the credentials include on everything. Maybe you don't need it on everything, but I wasn't about to risk it. And instead of all your fetches being relative, like so, use an API base, which I defined as a string coming from the base URL, which we look at our lovely .env file is the actual deployed site. And this is the exact same thing we'll be telling Netlify and GitHub pages, and this is how they know where the backend to communicate is. Yeah, Goofer G, it's not too bad, honestly. Like, I think last stream when we did this, even though the cores didn't work at the end, we did do it correctly, was literally just go to every single fetch, add this to the prefix, and add this to the options. I mean, yeah, hard coding, if you never need to change it, then hard coding will work, Goofer G, but otherwise, a little variable makes it easy for future you. Again, it depends on the scope and the, how long the project's gonna live. If it's the last commit it's ever gonna get, maybe it's not worth the effort. But again, I know there are like fancier ways to do this, like if you're using Axios, you can create an Axios session and all kinds of fancy stuff. But we're here just to get it work. Speaking of getting it work, we're gonna go Netlify first. So just go to the good old website. We're going Netlify first because it's a little bit more user-friendly. GitHub pages is kind of, there's a command. But Netlify, a bit user-friendly, and there are 2 user-friendly ways to do it. There's the manual, just get it done and get out of my face, which is where we're going to go first. And then we'll hit up the fancy way. Yeah, Vercel. Vercel's pretty good. Does Vercel... Hold on, I'm typing all the words wrong. I think they do static assets. I don't know. I always think of them as the next company. Oh yeah, you can do... Yeah, looks like it does work with static stuff. Makes sense. Yeah, you know, we might as well hit a Vercel while we're here too. And the advantage of all 3 of these is that it's free. It's free static deployment and serverless too, so that's why we do enjoy and appreciate these services. So first, we're going to be cheap. We're going to be baddies writing bad code. We're going to deploy manually. Now, the way you do that is you go wherever your app is, and you npm run build. This basically turns all of your lovely, fancy, all this good source stuff in your public folder into a build folder, because the browser cannot understand any of this. The browser has no idea what's going on here. But it will turn all of this ununderstandable stuff into stuff the browser can understand, normal JavaScript, and it'll even do cool stuff like put it into bundles and all kinds of other cool stuff that we just give it a thumbs up and move on for our day for. Ah, yeah. Okay, that's an interesting strategy there, whoa, dude. Vercel the app and Railway for the DB. Nice. I'm guessing you're paying for it so you don't have the 9 days of downtime, but that's a cool strategy. Hold on, let me check something. Okay, it's good. I just saw a thing and I was like, what in tarnation is that? Oh, great. I gotta reopen the folder. Don't mind me just closing and opening folders. So, the easy, cheap, just get it done way Netlify lets you do is you go to your build folder. So this is the folder with all the lovely stuff. Look, there's Bob. And you take the folder. I'm dragging the folder. You do not open the folder and select the contents. You drag the entire folder and you put it into the browse to upload thing. Hey, VJ525, what is up? Appreciate that follow. Gnome Gang, yeah, we are. I believe it's like Gnome 3 or some Pop OS derivative, right? Yeah, the Nautilus gave it away, did it not? Your Saturday's going well. But yeah, you drag it and you drop it and then you wait and then you don't look at it, so it finishes before you get to look at it. And when you just drag and drop the files, it doesn't really have much work to do. It kind of will just work for you. Yeah, VJ. For sure. It's got a distinct look to it. And here it is. Our static assets is right here deployed. And we're going to log in and we'll see. It do be working. Okay, end of stream. Let's see it, folks. Nah. So that was just the manual deployment. And yeah, all we needed to do is make sure our env was set up with the proper env files or env variables. Run the build command, which puts all this inside of our stuff and generates the folder. Drag the folder here, and we were basically done. Now, as cool as this is, it's obviously not done, because unless you want to do that step every time, you can. The world's not going to end. But let's look at an example page. So let's go to the profile page. Here we are. Lovely profile page. Great profile page. Let's just say, like, maybe we wanted to tell someone, let's look at a post. Like, we love this post so much. We're going to, like, share this URL with our friend. So there it goes. Oh, look, I'm the friend. I put in the URL. I go to the page. And oh no, it's not working. So Netlify has redirects. To explain what's going on here, Netlify has our entire app hosted on just the /. When we go anywhere else, there's no server-side routing to tell it to render our front end. Remember what we had to do on our back end with our Heroku server manually? We had to say, whenever you went anywhere that wasn't expected, go just send them back to the home page to allow client-side routing to happen. So we need to do the same thing here. We need to tell Netlify's server, hey, whenever you go to a page that doesn't exist, you need to redirect them, or you need to show them the index HTML, so that way our client-side routing can kick back in. And I think, because it was actually Piece of Shoot last stream that mentioned the magic thing we needed to do. Redirects. Let's go to the top one. This seems to be what we were doing. It's with some special file. Essentially, we tell it where to go. Okay. Locate the public folder, create a file with the name redirects, open the redirects, write anywhere to index HTML 200. Okay, so just following the guide here, but basically it's going to take any request that matches this and send it instead to index HTML with a 200. Essentially, following the exact same logic we were using before. Match any request, send it to index HTML, and there's an implicit 200 on send file. So let's tell Netlify to do that. We're doing this in the public folder. Was it redirects? Yep, plural. Yoink. It looks space delimited to me, so that should be fine. And yeah, so this is, we can go ahead and add Netlify redirects. We are on the correct branch. Yes, we are. Ah, yeah, it's fine. Doesn't matter. So there's the latest one. Y'all can copy it, but we are going to run a build with our new public, which is essentially, see, it just first thing it does, it copies the stuff from public to build. So we could have done that manually, but there goes a build command. Why not run it? Now, as this finishes up, we're gonna do the exact same thing again. Open our folder and drag it to Netlify. So where do we do that? Deploys. There you go. Lovely folder. Yoink. Oh, it moved. It moved! Oh, it's moving again. There we go. Yeah, we're just being baddies writing bad code. We will hook it up to an actual GitHub. Do not worry. 232. Okay, I guess that was it. It's done that quick. And now, when we go to a subpath, there we go. It is working. So for Netlify, the only changes that your code really needs is for you to put a redirects file in your public folder, wherever that public folder be, that will tell Netlify to take any requests that aren't already handled and send it to the index HTML. Magic. Yeah, Saint Rufio. Now we're going to be able to get a little fancy here. Because as fun as dragging and dropping files is, it can make a game out of it. We do want to be like fancy with GitHub and stuff. So let's tell this thing. Now that I've drag and drop it, how do we tell it to use a GitHub? Deploy settings? There we go. Yeah, let's link a repository. So usually the dashboard will tell you this, but otherwise hit the deploy tab, then the deploy settings button. So deploy tab, deploy settings button, then you get the repo you'd like to link. So there's no repo. I'm gonna click link repo. I'm gonna click GitHub. I'm using GitHub. It's gonna OAuth me. It remembers me. Good job. Then we're gonna see all the lovely repos. So we're gonna find the one with the create React app inside of it. My binary upload boom. This is where things might deviate for you. Now the way I've done it is that, as you can see, my front end folder, my create React app, is inside my binary upload boom repo. If you have not done it this way, you've created a separate repo for each of them. This is going to be a little easier for them. But for me, it's going to require like a little bit of extra typing. So I've linked to the repo. Since I'm weird, I got a link to the branch. So that'll probably just be main for y'all. And then for y'all, it might actually auto-detect and fill these in. But for me, I need to provide a different base directory. So the directory where Netlify installs and runs only for mono repos or sites built from a subdirectory of a repository. Our front end is our subdirectory of the binary upload boom repository. So our base directory is front end. And then our build command, you gotta love these little helper things. The build command to run before deploying. Thankfully, they have called it pretty well on the nose. They have named it the build script. So we can say the same command that we've been running manually, we'll tell it to run npm run build. And then publish dictionary, the directory to deploy after running the build. Underscore site, dist, public. None of these really match exactly what ours are, but essentially it's asking for where is the folder with the static stuff, aka the folder you would manually drag and drop. In our case, and Create React Apps case, we call it build. So it's front end / build. Again, thankfully, this is not too complicated. If you're using a Create React app on its own, it might autofill these. Otherwise, you can come and change them later when you get an error. Now, we do want to do some advanced stuff because we have environment variables. What is this? A TOML file. What incarnations are we doing with a TOML file? Oh, okay. So I guess you can do all this stuff in a file if you really wanted to. I guess if this is like you want to autofill all these fields in, you can use this. Oh, that's neat. You can do all kinds of fancy stuff. We don't have any fancy stuff to do, thankfully. We have one thing and one thing only. We want to set an environment variable. We want to set that variable to this value. Again, nothing. It looks a lot like every other environment variable dashboard we have. There's a key field, which you put in the stuff before the equals sign. There's a value field, which you put in the stuff after the equals sign. If you're one of the people who put quotes around your stuff, this is the point of the equation in which you would not include your quotes in this box here. Now they also have functionless stuff, but we ain't doing no functions, at least not for this first section. Then you hit deploy. And this is not going to be instantaneous. Which is why they give you logs to watch to wait away the boredom. Okay, so there it is, cloning your repository. It's figuring out your package JSON. Blah, blah, blah. Doing all the cool stuff. And then there you can see it's running your build command. You can tell it's ours because it's React scripts build. And it's so fast. I got super fast stuff over there. It finished that quickly. Lots of other cool stuff. And site is live, which means scroll on up here and go back to this place, I guess. Our URL is live, and it should be working on any page because of that underscore redirects file. And that was Netlify deployment. Now, just to prove that it is working, so I'm going to make a change to, let's make a change to the home page. I guess the index. No, not the index. I'm just going to show that it is being responsive now. Oh, nothing there. I have to remember how this app works. No, I don't want to do that. There we go, the header. Hello world. There we go. So we're just going to add a little div to this, and this isn't really going in the repo. I'm just doing it to prove that now that we have linked it to the repo, it'll auto-deploy and stuff. Netlify, do the thing! Then once my terminal we kill the old terminal. We do ourselves a good old git push. Actually want to be on this site so we can see it happen live. Git push. Don't embarrass me, Netlify. Does this page not refresh automatically? Okay, so I guess you do. It's not going to show up. You have to refresh the page, but as you can see, it automatically grabbed our latest commit. All the continuous integration is continually integrating our lovely code. We got there so late, it was practically finished. And now our lovely URL has hello world. So that's the obvious advantage of hooking this up to your Git repository and not just dragging and dropping. Once you do the push, you don't really need to think about deploying. It does all that for you, and you can hook up these same stuff with Heroku, which we have done in the past. Now that is the whole Netlify thing. Yeah. Next is GitHub Pages. GitHub Pages, essentially, it's going to accomplish the same function. It's not as fancy as Netlify, like you don't have functions and built-in forms and all this stuff, but it's another free option, and it's directly linked to your GitHub. Now, there's a cool little utility called GH Pages. It's a little npm scriptlet that takes your folder and it automatically basically pushes it to GitHub Pages. Yeah, coding of strangers, GG. So yeah, lots of reading here. It's not very fun to read this. Thankfully, I do know the command that we use, because this is like using it in code. We don't really need to use it in code. We can use it with npx gh pages and the little help flag. Help, I can't remember. There you go. Lots of stuff here. This is why Netlify was first, because this one, not exactly as user-friendly. Not everyone loves commands. But essentially, what you want to do is give it a folder of where our build assets are. Much like the same way we told Netlify. Our stuff's in the build folder. We need to tell this it's in the build folder. So base directory is --dist, right? Or dest. No, it's dist. Yeah, it's dist, and then front end build. Hopefully this will do the magic. Do the magic. It looks like it did the magic. We can head over back to our lovely repo. Hit up a refresh. And we'll see a new branch called GH Pages has been created. You can customize this branch name, but it's what they go with. And if you look, this is essentially the exact contents of the build folder. So yeah, the way GH Pages is that you essentially take static assets, publish it to the root of the directory. That's it. Now, one advantage of calling it GH Pages is that if you see this little yellow dot right here, once you call it GH Pages, GitHub's smart. It's like, oh, this is a GitHub Pages. It will automatically start the whole static deployment process. And you can see it did the build, which wasn't really anything. And eventually, it's going to deploy it. Which, if you open this up, spits out a lovely URL. Well, it was a real good try. Failed script with the source. .github. So here's a fun factoid. So on Netlify, let's go compare the Netlify example. Notice how our app is at the root of the domain. So it's like / this is where we live. But notice on GitHub pages, we are under a subpath. We're under the binary -upload -boom. The problem with this is that we can look at our lovely error. Let's clear out the network and hit a refresh. Our homepage is amazing. We love homepage, but then our static assets is going to rascal to GitHub.io / static.js, all this stuff, when in reality, it needs to be binary upload boom, then all that other junk. And if we go to this URL manually, we can see it's all the good stuff. So unfortunately, our React app is essentially saying it thinks we're on a /. It thinks we're here, which if we go here, I don't think anything's here. Yeah, nothing's here. So what we need to do is tell create React app where our root of our assets is. And I think set public URL relative. Goldfish memory here. Homepage. Yeah, I'm trying to remember this. Public URL solution. Okay, we're not doing that. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, React app homepage. Deployment. Here's a deployment example. Maybe we should have went here first, right? They have examples for GitHub pages in the first place. Oh, I also had Netlify examples. Oh, wow. Read the documentation, folks. It's got lots of stuff here. They even tell you how to make the redirects. Yeah, back to the GitHub pages one. So yeah, this step below is important. It will not deploy correctly. You don't say. So we need to go to a... Let's leave that. That's fine. Package JSON. Wrong one. Package JSON front end. Hold on, let's... And if I do the thing, let's get rid of that one commit. As much as we love telling Netlify to do the thing, it's far from productive. Goodbye, Netlify, do the thing. And yeah, so essentially we need to set the home page to where we're deploying it, which they have a perfect example here. I think get create React app. I think there's a way to make it that'll work no matter where you deploy it. So I'm gonna be a baddie. I'm gonna write my own way. I've done this before, I think. I think if you just use // it'll be smart and will kind of just work wherever you deploy it, so you don't need to change this every time you deploy to a new page. Add home page to, or add relative homepage to create React app. And npxgh, we gotta run the build. Don't forget to run that build command when you're doing it manually. Lots of building. There we go. Then npxgh pages. Pushing that folder again to GH pages, which after we do, check out the actions tab to see just now queued and ready to go. We can click on these to get a better view at the logs, because everyone loves some logs. It's learning. And there we go. And then waiting for the deployment. It's a little slow in Netlify, but it's still free all the way. So again, usually you don't watch it happen either. Job completed. We head on over to our URL. Oops. Let's do a hard refresh. Oops, an unexpected error occurred. Okay, why is there an unexpected error occurring? Error page. Oh. Okay, this is a React router error. Ooh, interesting. Documentation, help me. So I didn't really follow the rules. I ran a different home page. Blah, blah, blah. Note on client-side routing. Switch to hash router. I don't want to do that. Okay. Again, this is why you go for Netlify first. It's a little easier to work with. React. Let's just see if go to another page. So this is the home page not working. But the profile page. Would the profile page work? Right, we didn't do the whole redirect logic. Okay. Straight up not found. Okay, React router pages not found. Interesting. Oh, look at that. Okay, it's a lot of stuff. Okay, it's telling us to do that. Make a 404 page. Okay, so we got two solutions. I'm not sure which one's the actual problem. What I did, what it did, or what is up. So we're gonna follow the instructions. When in doubt, don't do your own thing. We're gonna set the home page to this URL exactly. And rerun the build, and we might as well rerun the deployment in the same command and see how it likes that. When in doubt, follow the instructions. And if this fails, we will do the next thing. Configure an Evernote custom domain. Add a 404 HTML file with redirection code. There's a guide. I love a good guide. Custom 404 contains a script. Wow. Okay, it's a little more complicated than Netlify, folks. Oh, wow. 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 If you're using React Router, you need to tell a repo name the base name. Oh, wow. Wow. Maybe it'll just work. That'd be cool, right? It's just working now. But I am understanding mostly why it might not be working. Okay, we're here. Big refresh. Yeah, not doing the trick. Okay, so the reason the home page isn't happening is because let's look into the... Actually, we might be able to DevTools our way in. Yeah, we can DevTools our way in. Okay, let's find a real logic. Give me some state. There we go. Our location is /binary upload boom. We have no route handling that, hence why it fails. React Router is not been told that this is our root of our route. So let's see. That Stack Overflow browser router base name. Okay, so let's check out React Router base name. going for some modern instructions. Well, that's 6 point. Yeah, we do want something a little more modern than the old. Okay, let's go to the latest version. Right, since we're got no search functionality, no base name, router provider. Okay. So create browser router. Maybe here, aha, here it is. As an options, I can set a base name, which is what I want to do. So as a here base name. So normally it's // but on GitHub pages, it's a different base name. So how do we be smart and tell it about this? Well, I guess we can just create another environment variable. React app base name. And this will, of course, vary. So on Netlify, it's just /. But on here, it'll be whatever we enter. So process E and B. Base name. It'll be use whatever base name you got, or just use a /, which will allow me to come on over here and override it to be binary upload boom. Trailing / or no trailing /, the ultimate question of life. Let's see what these docs say. They say no trailing /. These don't say anything. I don't know how to search this site. So we're going to go no trailing /. See how that likes it. Yeah, we still don't know if homepage is really... Okay, I do believe homepage was fine as is. We'll put it back and update our code accordingly. And git log. Yeah, add a relative homepage. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and amend. Lovely. Add relative homepage to CRA. Yeah, that's technically what we did on the router end of it too. And run build, GitHub pages, 3rd time's the charm, folks. I'll also have to make this 404 thing, so really it's going to be 4th time the charm. Oh, one step at a time, right? We make incremental changes, so we make so that way when it does work or it doesn't work, we know exactly what change made the effect. You're done, Netlify. This will stay here for once that loads. Okay, it's published, and now we wait. As we do this, we'll do a little bit of reading. GitHub pages 404 to understand exactly how we do this according to GitHub. As you see, each platform's got their own way of redirecting static assets. Type or markdown, permalink, add the content you want to display on your 404 page. Okay, so you're not telling it where to go, you're telling it what to render. Understandable, understandable. Did pages finish? Pages finish. Okay, moment of truth. Hey, okay, it's working, and it should still be working on the API end. There we go. Okay, but we're going to be sad as we go to a URL and we try to manually visit it. So like we're sharing this with our friend. Hey friend, check out this amazing post. Friend can't see our amazing post. Very sad. So let's figure out this 404 page. Let's read this guide by somebody. It's extensive, but it is verbose. Custom contains a script. Yeah, man, I love script. Can we do not script? Because I'm thinking, as cool as script is, what if we just do what we kind of do with Express and make it index HTML, right? So we just I don't even know if Create React app will even allow that. What did we change index HTML? Oh, we squished it. Squished it. Let's make it pretty. Ooh, it links to like, look at all the stuff it does. Okay, so we do need this. What we can do is our front end, because essentially we'll make a copy of the index HTML called 404 for lovely GitHub pages. So after we do the build, we're going to copy. That's a great thought, Copilot, not what we're doing. Build index HTML to, ooh, Copilot, you know what I want. And that might be what we want. Again, amend, because still messing the same things. And one more build we go. Well, thankfully, we can just do the build to see if it worked. Now, we are doing a little bit of platform-specific stuff, I know. We're using double ampersands. We're using the CP command. So yeah, we could go super cross-platform, find a cross-platform NPM module to do all this. But they run Linux, I run Linux. We're all on the same page. And there's our 404 HTML, which is identical to index HTML, which means when we deploy it, all of our 404s should kind of seamlessly work. And now we got a minute to wait as we see if the 5th time is the charm. See if there's anything else we might run into. Yeah, I don't think there's anything crazier we're gonna run into. I guess after the break, we might as well check out that Vercel someone mentioned, because there's also a free option. Finally, when I go to check out it and it finishes. There it goes. And I would like to show like the settings for GitHub pages. Like I use GH pages, so it kind of just worked. But if you weren't using GH pages, you want to do this manually, you go to the settings tab, then you go to the pages section under code and automation. Then here, you can tell it which branch to treat as GitHub pages. Again, it used GH pages by default. Which route, and apparently there's like some Jekyll stuff, and like here's your custom domain. So yeah, all these features perfectly cross-compatible with all these different ways to do it. And it even gives you your URL, which is where we want to go right now. As we see if, well, let's go to our profile, check out our lovely post, share it with our friend. It was a really good try. Load failed with script with source. So since I'm here, it's loading our static assets from this location, aka /static, all this junk here. Okay, well, I guess that person who wrote the guide was smarter than me. Realized this much sooner. Wait, where did that guide go? We'll find it. There we go. So I guess we do need to do this logic here. Detailed instructions. If you prefer JS, use only v6. Okay, that's a lot of... Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Copy to the repo as is. If you're using a project pages, set path segments to 1 in order to keep it. If I'm using React Router, I have done that. So this gobbledygook magic here basically redirects us to the home page, but wait a minute. Is that going to work with React Router? I mean, I can literally test that right now. So apparently, this is what they're going to do to my URL. That's not going to work. If you're using a hash router, this would work. Ah, interesting. Well. Yeah, turns out it's not going to be that easy. So we will figure this out after the break. It's a little more complicated. Again, this is why I went with Netlify first. It kind of just works. It's on client-side routing. Yeah, this trick does not work. They said... Let me reread it once more. Custom contains a script, converts the path to just a query string. It does that. Only becomes, yeah, and it did not like that. Ignores and returns the index with a script, which has a script that checks for a redirect in the query string. Oh, wow. Okay. So this is the other half I'm missing. Client side, we do all this tarnation. Okay. Wow. Crazy stuff. So now that I'm here, I run this code. Okay, it changes the URL, and this happens before React happens. So, okay, this is a sound theory. I see all the moving pieces. It's a little janky way of doing it, but I do think it seems like it will work. So we're not taking the break because I think we're at that close. So to our public, we make slight modification by adding, well, where does the script end up? We need it to be before all of their lovely stuff. Auto format. Put it in the head. Gotcha. So don't save. It's HTML in the head right here. Exactly where they put it to do the magic. Then in our 404, we'll do the redirect trickery. Not source. Build. Or not build. 404. Yeah, we'll show all of this. This is great code right here. Which means we're not doing the copy trick anymore. We are literally creating a whole new file. I do want to be a copy of the old file, just with the magic script. Magic script. I guess I'll keep it somewhat consistent. And drop the body, put it as the last in the head. And do that. So hopefully that'll work. Get rid of this old copy script. npm run build. And we'll see. So essentially, we added the index HTML script here to do the automagical stuff. Both of these links, by the way, or both of these code snippets, I'll drop them in the chat, are here. Then we created a 404 page, which is the same as the old page, but with this slightly different script that does that to our URL. And now to verify that it did what I wanted, get up an auto format. There we go. So what we wanted is we wanted our script to come before these scripts right here, which is React Router waking up. They don't save, and then 404 has been literally untouched. Okay, it's been so untouched that all this stuff is broken. So get rid of all this stuff using public URL. Of course, do this to the real 404, not your fake build asset. There we go. Goodbye that one. And with that, we're gonna see if we've gotten lucky this time. I think we may have. Check out our pages. Oh, it's still building. Okay. There we go. Probably got another 2 minutes for the build. 6th time is the charm. Try this out. And then we'll be taking our break. There we go. We got the build. And we wait for our deploy. Moment of truth. No. Oh, okay. What? Oh, I didn't. The instructions said to change the 0 to a 1, and I didn't do that. Path segments to keep. Gotta change it to a 1. Well, that was on me. Okay, we will be taking our break, and I'll report with the results after the break, because we are quite a bit over it. When we come back, though, we'll figure out if this works, and then we'll see about Netlifying this. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can, folks. Come on back, folks. Our break is over. Oh, make that Batman. Oh, it's a little more than that. There we go. And I have sadness to report. So we go to a page and we refresh it, and it doesn't work. So maybe instead of spending all this time trying to get routing to work, just use the hash router. It's going to be my advice. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good, Skyvane. Hope your day, your Saturday's been treating you well. Just having a little fight with React Router and GitHub pages. But we are going to sidestep that now. Hope your Saturday has been good for you. So what we're gonna do here is add a little thing to our front end code. Oh, create browser router. How do we create a hash router? Create hash router. Awesome. Okay, so whenever we are on a normal website, we're gonna use the browser router, which basically is like this. But when we're on a weird website, we're going to use the hash router. Well, it looks like this. Advantage of the hash router. We don't have to deal with all of this weird routing nonsense with GitHub pages or sites that don't redirect you. Disadvantage, there's a hash in it. Hey, appreciate that law there, Sky Vein. The vein in the sky, aka clouds. Yeah, coding strangers. We're going to do this is, it's going to be a conditional based on this variable. So const router create our router. So if you've provided a base name, that means things are about to go crazy. We're going to use create router hash router. Otherwise, you can use the old one, create browser router. Yeah, you're not wrong, whoa, dude. I thought, like, I don't need hash router. I can do this myself. Don't make that mistake. Don't think. Just do not try to think thoughts on your own. Yeah, as you can see, you need an expert more smarter than that to figure it out. Hey, appreciate the follow there, Anderson. You know, we'll make this a variable. A completely different one, just so we can be very explicit about it. Hash router equals true. True. There we go. So our little thing is going to be conditionally, so we're going to be create hash router or create browser router. Thankfully, the specification for these functions is identical. So we don't really need to change anything. Which means now, for the 8th time, we can build and deploy. Oh, it hasn't got away a little more longer than that. Now, you know, I could have checked this locally. Might as well. While we wait, see if it's locally working. 21. Hey, Casavannah. Hello to you too. Oh, it's broken. Oh, okay, so the locally doesn't work like that. Just close your eyes. I'm sure it'll work. Hope your Saturday's going good, by the way. Hey, Mavi. Hey, how's it going, both y'all? Hope your Saturday's treating you well, too. We are just at the tail end of a great battle with GitHub pages. I say we're at the tail end because I assume this is going to work. Netlify was a lot easier, though. So if you came for the TLDR, use Netlify instead of GitHub pages, at least. if you want to maintain browser routing. Progress, okay. And if we go and look at our lovely post and we were to share this with our good friends, that's not a browser router. Well, it's not a hash router, rather. Oh no. There are no hashes in this routing. Yeah, I mean, that's just a battle of CSS's evolution at that point. At least that's a win. I mean, you can. A slow, long battle tailwind can be. Google off. That's. At least we're all fighting together, right, folks? React app hash router. Did I not name it correctly? Am I bad at typing? Nope, I'm not that bad at typing. Create hash router. Okay. Let's drop the base stem because I now need to test this locally. We've done more than enough remote. This thing needs to locally work. So, goodbye there. NPM run start. Let's get our front end going. Run start. Now we're spinning up the dev server. And particular things you're fighting with Google Auth or Tailwind on, folks? Is it the scoping or the redirects? Because that's usually what's wrong with Google Auth, right? Like you say, callback URL is this, but it's not really this. Or it could be messing around like getting data to and from the user model. Well, lots of things could be wrong. Well, now it works. Look, it works now. Not wrong email. Yeah, look how amazing this thing's working now. Maybe if I just go over here and just pretend. Nope, not gonna be like that. Oh, adding the Google. Yeah, I've seen a few of your messages about Google calendaring it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, without much extra fuzz, that is a good goal for sure. Hmm. So hash router do be working. Um, don't know why it didn't show up. Let's run build and push the front end away. I'm trying to think what the forward thing is, right? So, right, so that you did evaluate to binary upload, boom. It's gonna be what? True, query. If true, what's gonna be create hash? Ah, all this stuff's been minimized. I can't read it. No. Trying to figure out if it's actually doing the job, but we can just send it off again and hope it works. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad about hitting all these GitHub actions, but it works now. Like so and so, so I don't see why it don't want to work. Once more. But yeah, for sure, Castlevania. Yeah, research stage is always a little bit of little bit less stressful, right? Because you're just figuring out the requirements. There's no pressure. I mean, the pressure to get the requirements lower, like less time and stuff like that. But it's always a cool way to figure out what you can and can't do with the time necessary. Mm. Yeah, calendars are pretty integral for event apps and stuff like that. I mean, imagine if Calendly didn't have all the integrations it had, like Google Calendar, Apple, whatever the other ones are, would not be nearly as popular. Because I hear some people use it specifically for the Google Calendar linkage. But did I not? I did the thing. Where's my code? 6 minutes ago. Well, I ran it like 2 seconds ago. Where'd it go? Huh. I mean, do you want to work now? That'd be cool. That's a local host. No. Oh, great. It's super dead. Click the bottom left corner just in case. Hmm. Or check the bottom left corner. This thing? Oh, Visual Studio Code. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been really syncing the repo. So the way it works is that you run the ghpages command and it pushes straight to that branch. That is a good point. I can just check the branch. Good point out. 8 minutes ago. Yeah, it didn't do the thing. Huh. I will run it again, I guess. Good call. Yeah, it literally did not push for some reason. Hey, appreciate that hydrate there, Casavana. Okay, it says published, but did it actually do the publishing? Nay, update. Huh. GHpages. Weird. Okay, we're gonna git push delete GHpages. So we're gonna delete. Okay, how's that work? Git delete the branch. I'll turn it off and back on. Every error can be solved by it. Git push remote delete branch. Okay. Git push origin. Okay. Double hyphen. Delete. Nah, it could be a typo, Mavi. It could be. You never know. Okay, so I deleted the branch. Good, it's gone. Let's push the stuff out there. Guess as good as mine. 9 minutes. What a weird commit date considering it's literally right now, but okay. Weird. Let's just see if it works. Maybe I didn't fully understand how GHpages works. I do have to make a commit for some reason. Okay, moment of truth. Should be hash routing away, and no, we're not. We're doing nothing. Oh wow, this is even newer. Head. Yep, we have static stuff here. Yep, there's code here. Wow. Well, this is impressive. So maybe this is using a hash router. Huh. Interesting. Okay, let's check out. His name is this works locally. When the base name is used. So we have a very unique combination in which we're using base name and we're using hash routing. Then is when it's breaking. Okay, so create hash router. Maybe that doesn't support base name, and that's why everything's catching on fire. So let's check that out. Oh, I do see base name. It's right there. Browser router props. Hash router props. Interesting. This is supposed to be the easy route. Okay, let's make the commit just for paranoia's sake. Yeah, so that's still what we're trying to do. Amend. There we go. env file for the front end. Yep, that's still true. Hash router's true. Run build and push. Let's set it to false. Just to see it actually deploy. See if hash router is our problem child. Well, this one was 3 minutes ago. Interesting. 0 errors. Oh, we have components. Do we have any errors in here? Value, errors, 404 not found. Okay, so that router is doing the stuff. Location, path, matches the error element. Yeah, very interesting. See if action's finished. Check out the branch manually. 14 minutes ago. Four minutes ago. Oh, that's annoying. Delete GitHub pages again. XGH push again. Yeah, okay, so that is very annoying. The GH pages command normally it's just not pushing, it's not telling GitHub action to do the thing. Got no idea why that's broken, but deleting and remaking does seem to fix it. Let's go back and look at the branch directly. Yeah, 15 minutes ago. That's not when it should be dated. Now, the build command is working. Okay, did it finish? It did. Moment of truth. No hash router this time. Ah, my word. Yes, see. So we are. Should at least be able to see this thing. Hope something's still running. Let's kill that thing. Yes, go away. Oh, is that not the one? There we go. Run start. There we go. Localhost 2121. This won't fully work because my base is wrong. When the base is wrong, we get this output. Binary upload, boom. Base is wrong. Let's look at the internal router. Base name, binary upload, boom. That is true. So if I hit up binary upload, boom, the correct base router will not walk to work. Hey, there you go, whoa, dude. Okay. Yeah, so I suppose the theory of what happened is that all my problem-solving ability has been sapped away. But hey, I appreciate at least one of us getting something done. That's all that matters. Yeah, you know, last time I did this, it wasn't this hard. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna say, so the thing is, I said, oh, false isn't false, it's a string. No! Oh, great, great, because watch what's gonna happen. Boolean the word false. It's true, my goodness. That's not how Boolean, so we're still using hash router. No, 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 no. So if it triple equals for the string true, then it's true, otherwise it's not true. So this is all hash router's fault. You were supposed to save us, not doom us. Yeah, this should locally work though. Doesn't really explain why hash router isn't working, but one bug at a time. Oh, why is 2121? Why you down? Okay, there we go. And then we do all this stuff. No hash router. We are sad. Hash router with base name, imagine. So the thing is that the base name isn't hashed, but the rest of it is hashed. Which I bet is the problem. Pins the string after the hash signal. Remove base name. It may just work. Okay, you say it may work. I will believe you. Yes, you are the chosen one. So what's happening is, I imagine, let's go ahead and actually make it true, and I'll show how this thing should work, or how it really is working. So it's here, hash router. So the whole thing, what's supposed to be the prefix, is going after the hash, which in my mind, I assumed base name would mean the base of all your things. Yes, Carsex, we're getting that high ground. There you go. And as you can see, this does work, but that's not how my website works, where how GitHub Pages work. GitHub Pages wants the hash over here, which obviously isn't going to work. So this random person on Stack Overflow said, remove the base name, it may just work. So, random person, you are our only hope. We will remove base name and just YOLO, hope it works. So yeah, still want hash router, goodbye base name. At this point, we can't locally test this, so npx or git push delete and do the build. Yeah, okay, they are, well, dude. And deploy. Am I in the right folder? I am. I'll see if this is what it wants. 11th time's the charm. Yeah, spinning, flying, spinning. All great moves. And the time. It's a good trick. Now we wait. Kind of like what we're doing here. We tried the fancy way, then we gotta try a little hash router trick. Let's do the deploy. Reported success. We'll find out about that. Do a hard refresh as always. Good. Good. Okay, so we have this much working, and this should work. Share with our friend. Yes! Oh, my word. That took a lot of work, but just use the hash router, right, folks? It's not worth the effort to try and fight. Just get rid of the two little characters. Just bite the bullet, go with hash router. It works, as you can tell. Oh, look at all these comments. I forgot about them. And with that, our final commit, and we will commit amend, add relative home page, add hash router option. And with that, we can push it away and see what we actually did, because that was a lot of trial and error, which resulted in a very few amount of changes, to be honest. Those changes not being on that branch, being on this branch. Yeah, so first change to make GitHub pages happy was to add a relative home page. This allowed all the static assets to be accessible from this page right here, due to the fact that we are not on the root of the server. So, we added a relative. It works from anywhere. Next, what we did was we made our browser router, so React routing specific. Instead of using browser router, we made it an option that if this environment variable was the string true, we would use the hash router, which, while having the same API and usage, prefixes all the different URLs with a hash /, which works on any site that you can't get the redirects working on, which was GitHub pages. But if you're cool, you can still use the old browser router and figure out a way. That would be cool. Otherwise, you gotta do that. And this whole thing is triggered by us running npx gh pages and passing it the folder that has all the build assets. Before that, doing the actual build command itself. So again, this isn't automatically on GitHub push. You gotta do a little command, but if you really wanted to, you could make some deploy scripts that would, well, you can see one's gonna push to Heroku to update the backend, and not Heroku open. Run your build script, and that's not the URL. I didn't copy you. And do all the other cool stuff. So you can make it as seamless as one thing, basically. This to update your backend, this to update the front end locally, this to push the updated front end to GitHub pages. And of course, you can polish all this up in a custom GitHub action if you really care. We do not. So yeah, Netlify still my number one option if you really want to deploy your backend and your front end as separate things. You're definitely going to want to do Netlify first instead of GitHub Actions, at least if you're doing routing, because it's a little bit of extra work. There you go, yeah. I should. Taking me on a nostalgia trip there, Ryan. Thanks for coming by the way. Hope your Saturday is treating you well. A little stitious. Let's see if good old quote API here still works. Little stitious. It's been a while since I messed with this. There you go. So that was from The Office, Season 4, the first episode, 13 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. Oh, some kind of carb-based cursed. I'm glad this thing still works. Hit Meredith with my car, huh? Yeah, that was a nice throwback. Yeah, Ryan, we're just over here. We finally conquered our battle with GitHub pages, deploying a separate Create React app to it. The solution was to bail and use hash router. So we didn't win. We just came away with a victory, basically. But now, since someone made this great suggestion, we're gonna see how Vercel is hanging. So, nope, not there. Alt D, there we go. Because I, Goldfish Memory Me, forgot that they also do static assets. So we're going to see if Vercel is going to be any easier in GitHub pages. It's a very low bar, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Cool. Import using the import after all pushes. Awesome. Not using a custom domain. Okay, wow, it seems very easy. We're just gonna go to Vercel, I guess, and just create a new thingamabob. I mean, it will be a little bit of effort. I don't want to go to the docs. Not the docs. Hey, I'm glad to hear, whoa, dude. Yeah. I think, yeah, it might have been you in chat during that super review part. What was it? Part 3, I believe, right? In which you were like, wait a minute, this is my 100 hours. Because a number of people were like, Leon's doing my 100 hours. That sounds great there, Ryan. GitHub binary upload, boom, import. Let's see how this thing works. I got some customizations to make. Awesome. It's a create React app. That's true. The root directory. Oh, look at this. Okay, I'm liking. So versus Netlify. This is pretty cool. They actually get you to choose a doohickey thing. Config controllers, routes, view. Oop, wrong branch. We're using the wrong branch. Nope, we're using the wrong branch. How do I use the right branch? Oh, here's the branch name. No, that's the wrong branch. Go back. I obviously hit the wrong button somewhere. Ah, nah, it's okay, Mavi. It ain't no marathon, or it ain't no sprint, right? It's a marathon. Binary upload, boom. I don't see any other buttons here. All I have is an import button. Okay, let's look at the docs. Change git branch. On the Git page in the project settings, you can change your production branch. Where is that? Branch. 45 instances. Okay, one of them's got to be what I want. Production. Okay, I love. Choose a different branch as the production branch. There we go. Blah, blah, blah. On the Git page in the project settings. So when I'm creating it, I don't get a project settings page just yet. Okay, third party, can I do that? into the URL. Great, and this should allow me to include the branch part. See if that works. Again, since I'm being a weirdo and I have it not on my main branch, this is my life. No, don't make a pull request. Will that be... Where's my branch? Okay, maybe it'll allow me to customize the branch from this point forward. I'm sure you can easily update. A get must... I have a get. That's creating a get. I did Netlify, whoa, dude. I did Netlify first. I'm glad I did, because it was the easiest. So definitely recommending Netlify. No offense for Vercel, but I'm the weird one with a different branch name. Yeah. And y'all wonder, like, well, why don't you just do it the other way? It's easy. It's like, oh, only Vercel's the easy one. Everyone else, you gotta fight tooth and nail. Okay, so I think I just need to get this deployed, and then I can go to a settings screen. I can change the main branch. Added auth logout. Yes, the old stuff. So this ain't gonna work. But once it doesn't work, we can go to the dashboard. That's exactly what I did, Mavi. The first thing we did, we just drag and dropped. It was easy. It was very easy. Oh yeah, there's lots of like, ooh, it's like, ooh, one commit per feature. Your commit history is impeccable, lovely, polished. You start deploying things, fix config, added this, removed that. You got 10 commits a day. Just like, please work, please work. I know the feel. Okay, lots of settings here. Use to identify, okay, don't care. Build command, output, root directory, node, project, preview, transfer. Git, there it is. Connected repository, here it is. Yeah, we can change it. Awesome. Da 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 da. Yes. Okay. What else do cool stuff? I don't care about cool stuff. Now we can update the rest of it. You can tell it we're using create or react app. Cool, it's got a nice template for us. How do we tell it where my root directory is now? Here it is, my root directory. Front end. Include source files outside in the builds tab. I don't need that. Cool. Hit save, hit save. Okay, I don't know if that's gonna auto-deploy. To update, push to the branch. Can I make a manual deployment? Deployments, here's one. Let's see. Ready. Status, okay. How do I make a manual deployment? Build and development. Okay. Yeah, I might be able to go to the last deployment and just say, do it again. Ah, to trigger a deploy hook. Okay. Okay, I'll see what that looks like in a moment. There we go. So if I click on this, I'm just like, do it again. Redeploy. There we go. You're about to create a new deployment with the same source. The newest config from your project settings. Right. Redeploy with existing. Yeah, it's actually. Nope, not existing. We need new stuff. Same source, newest config. Yeah, hopefully that'll do the thing. Deployment recreated. Do we get. Oh. Oh no. Branch and main. No. No, no, no. No. What's the source tab do? Oh, can I actually... Oh, view the source on GitHub. That's not what I want. So we made progress. We got a new build. It's just on the wrong branch, which means I didn't save the setting. There's a blue. It's surprising that save button's like there and like didn't tell me when I left the page, hey, you want to save this? But cool. You make sure to hit all the blue save buttons. Redeploy. Hopefully that does the new thing. Ah, main branch. No, why you keep doing that? I get maybe it's because of the fact I'm doing a redeploy and the old one was on main. The new one won't be on new brain. Production branch, deploy hooks. Unique URLs, my example hook. My example hook. Create hook. Branch name must not be empty. Well, I have a branch name right here. Here we go. We make a, want to make a GET request to this? Pending. I love a good pending. Okay. We're getting there. Oh, here it is. Here comes our good hook. It's going to the right place. Well, that's not what I meant to click. There we go. Installing dependencies. Okay, so not as bad as GitHub pages. Because we're in a dashboard, not fighting with commands, but since I'm the weird one with a separate, with it in a folder as a subfolder, had to do all that. Essentially deploying it broken and going to the settings and fixing it. Is it done? Ready? It says ready. Oh! Yeah, but that's a great thing about these two. They take a nice pretty picture. Now we have to deal with routing. Maybe we don't. Email. Password. Did Heroku fall asleep? JSON parse unexpected. Ah, environment variables. Okay, how do I set environment variables on this? Probably in the settings page. Environment variables. Name them well. Yeah, St. Rufio. We're making a little bit more progress on this one. Check out that .env file. I think we can survive without a hash router, so we're just going for base URL to tell it where our API lives. Yeah, hit the add button. Added the environment variable. Now, did that trigger a new deployment or nah? Nah, it didn't trigger a new deployment, but gratefully, since this is pointing to the right thing, I can just come on over here and tell it to redeploy. Right. Nah, that's good, Mavi. I'm not saying it like that. I just mean like in comparatively to Netlify, because I'm comparing it to Netlify, not anything else. But yeah, and as a whole, projects as a whole, right? Like they definitely take different amounts of time depending on the complexities. And like Leon says, we don't really need any more React. I'm just doing this for fun, and like I say, I do like me some React. So you're more than like Leon says, we already got more than enough React we need to answer the surface level questions if they surprise us. And when the interview position shows it's going to have React, we can go deep on what we need to go deep on. And it works. Does routing work? And routing works. Amazing. So, aside from my broken setup, Vercel is actually pretty good. Netlify allows you to customize more on the front end, but Vercel, pretty good. there it be. Probably should go clear out that deploy hook since I showed it on the screen. Which is pretty cool. You can just be like, hey, here's a URL you can access. Yeah, lots of more crazy stuff that I, or we, don't really care about. Hey, I feel the same way, Mavi. I got a whole bunch of unfinished projects that are technically, like, I was fortunate enough to, like, because, like, it's one of those things where, like, I can't do anything until it's finished, or at least it's to a state that I can call finish and then move on. So I did get some things like technically MVP'd, but they all deserve some polish. Like I think the only thing, one of the few things that actually is, um, where is it? Where is it? Like finished, and I'm happy with it being finished. They can cite it from their portfolio is the actual media quotes API because like I made it a thing in which there would be no front end. So the lack of front end is perfectly satisfactory. Yeah, I definitely know the bunch of having a bunch of incomplete projects. I think everyone does. Exactly, Ryan. It's like with any break, as long as you set a time to return, be that to the project or be that to whatever you're taking a break from, they never really go away. It's not goodbye, it's see you later, right? That, wow, was Vercel. So that is showing the separate React front-end deployment, Netlify, GitHub, Yikes pages, and Vercel. True, that's true. Oh, hey Saint Rufio, I'm glad I could at least give you an end result to skip to, at the very least. And yeah, as you can see, even I struggle with hosting. So I mean, everyone, unless it's literally like your heart's content, you've done it a bunch of times, because it's one of those things, right? We have spaced repetition with JavaScript because we do write a lot of JavaScript. We don't deploy that often, right? It's something at the end of a project, and you do it once per project. Unlike with writing JavaScript or writing React or writing any of this code, you do it a bunch of times per project. So it's not surprising that deployment skills and DevOpsy skills like this are less than our actual coding and problem solving ones because we literally don't do it. Yeah, it's the final boss, and there's not much like you kind of have to go out of your way to get spaced repetition. You have to deploy a bunch of projects, so it's always going to be unless it's just your job, like you don't write code and you just deploy code to build that up to anything. Yeah, hopefully I can Vercel, Netlify, GitHub pages, and last time was Heroku, so and technically any backend, so hopefully it helps a little bit. And with that, we will be taking our break. When we come back, we'll do some code wars, mess around with my debug extension, see if it does its job. We'll do a little manual server-side rendering too, to if you want all the funness, but you don't want to go full Next.js. And then, yeah. Then we'll either hit up Next.js and or hit some of these cool features, depending on the vibe. So yeah, I'll catch you all after the break, folks. Just stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Welcome back from the break, folks. Here we go. I'll jump into a Code Wars real quick. Been a while since we did one of them. And we're gonna mess around, maybe, with some annual SSR and probably some interesting features that lots of people were talking about in relation to Bub. So, first Code War here is Olympic Rings. Oh, I just dropped the zero. I dropped the C. Oh no. Well, don't click that link. Don't know where Ode Wars will take ya. Here's Code Wars. So, to celebrate the start of the Rio Olympics, Olympic-inspired kata, given a string of random letters, examine each. Some contain rings. Please note that you can count lowercase g as one ring. Okay. Count the rings in each letter and divide the total number by 2, rounding the answer down. And then, wow, even another step, scores 1 or less, no medal, 2 bronze, 3 silver, more than 3 gold. Dots don't count as rings. Wow, there's a lot of steps there. War.js, let's bring it on. Let's start up Quack on this and grab our lovely description. There we go. Try on some word wrapping. Let's see. So we're going to be given a string, always a string, always of letters. Will it contain any numbers? Nope. So it's always going to be a string. It's always going to contain letters. Oh, just set that. There we go. That's about right. And then letters will have rings in them. Letters have rings. Them count the rings in the whole string and divide by 2. Okay. And then, yeah, all that stuff there. Let me turn off Copilot because it's already starting to cheat for me. So does the casing change? It appears the casing does matter. String of letters, lower and upper case. Some unique exceptions. Exceptions are that lowercase g has 1 ring. Dots such as I don't count. I turned off Copilot. There we go. Count the rings and divide the total number by 2. Round the answer down. Count the rings in the whole string and divide by 2. So this logic kind of goes as sub-logic of that. For round, result down, return the string, one of those 3 strings, based on those results. Okay, I do understand that part. So I'm going to start off by making our lovely function, which you decide to call Olympic Ring. Don't override all that. I'm going to name my parameter something a little better. String. It's not that much better, but it's better. Let's bring in... You're right, Mavi. It is a code weenie. Let's go ahead and bring in some test cases. So I'm just going to bring out some console logs for this. So if we see in the console bronze equal bronze, bronze equals bronze, and not even a metal equal not even a metal, the challenge will be completed. So what we're going to do is going to follow through my pseudocode here. Essentially, we're going to create a mapping of all the characters and all of them that contain how many rings they have. So I'll declare this outside the function called ring count. And this is going to be a little bit of a manual process, but I see no automation about it. So first I need the alphabet. Python 3, import. Nope, not that. Import. Wait, what is it? Just need the whole alphabet in front of me. Where is it? Import string. There we go. String. Upper case, just to make that quicker for us to go through. And now that we know that it is case sensitive, we're also going to want lowercase. It's going to save us some time here. So this is our lovely string. We're going to go through every character and count how many rings it does have. Now, by definition of ring, you mean circle, correct? O is an obvious example, but going back to the text, E is not a circle, A is a triangle, but they both contain rings. Okay. So essentially, what we want to do is, for every character here, we want to with my multi-cursor magic. I'm failing. For every character, like, where is it? Oh, there we go. I was holding the wrong key down. But for every one, they're going to have a count, and that's going to be 0 for most. So instead of counting every character, I'm going to only count the characters that do have any number of rings. So you can start backspacing. Z, Y, X, W, V, U, T, S, R, Q, and P, and O, N, L, J, K, I, H, G, F, D, C. Count the alphabet with me. R and Q. Wait, does lowercase q... I do have lowercase q there. And L, K. Lots of counting. We are nearly there. Ooh, uppercase G is not. E. And that is all the characters that actually have rings. Now I'm going to, for each of these characters, count how many rings they actually have. Because some have 2, as mentioned by the prompt. So, multi-cursor magic to add that. And we'll say they all have at least 1. So that seems to be the common amount. And for the ones with 2, like the letter B, and the letter B is the only one with 2 rings, so maybe this was a little bit extra than what we needed, but we now have a mapping of all the characters to the number of rings they contain. So now that we've created this mapping, what we're going to do is iterate through all the characters in our initial string. I'm going to fold this down for readability. And count how many rings there are. So there are lots of ways to do this. I can use a reduce or a classic for loop for readability. I'll just go with a classic for loop, initializing our number of rings to 0, and iterating with a for of loop for car of string. Since we have no usage for the index, incrementing rings by the number of the value in this character. Now for simplicity, I'm going to first check if rings counts if this character is in rings count. Hey, thanks for that follow there, chat of mine. Your Saturday's going good. So if it is in this rings count, which means it has a count of something, we want to increment our current rings count by however many is of this current character. Since it's an object, we can use the bracket notation to get the value out using our car as a key. and I will update the amount accordingly. So this iterates through all the characters, counting how many rings we have. Our next step is to divide the whole amount by 2. Thankfully, I can do that with the not popcorn melon. What the heck's that thing called? Division popcorn. What's this called? The division assignment operator. Anki has failed me, so using the division assignment, we can divide the entire result by 2. And finally, we're going to output this string based on the score. So if it is 1 or less, if rings less than or equal to 1, I'm going to return the string not even a metal. I'm going to use the case you gave me, so no typos will exist. If the score is 2, return bronze, 3 silver, more than 3 gold. Okay, so else if rings triple equal 2, return bronze. And I am using a number of else if statements. We can optimize this to a switch case or something else after. Return silver. And then finally, if it's more than 3, which is implied by the remaining, we'll use an else for readability. We'll return gold. It looks like I did typo silver, so I'll fix that there, Bob. And that should be completed. So, rerunning our code, thanks to our clock extension is being done for us, we can see bronze equals bronze, bronze equals bronze, and not even a metal equals not even a metal. So I believe, while not all cases are being ran, thanks to Clock showing this, this is functionally completing the challenge. Go ahead and run it against the test suite provided. And the final hidden test, it has failed on. Okay. So it appears I have made a lapse in error on a random test. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this random test and make it a static test by writing an additional console log with the failed input. And according to the test suite, it was supposed to output silver. Now, silver indicates the score is 3. So I'm now going to do a manual count of this to count how many rings we have. Rings equals, so counting through B is 2. Well, actually, I think I can just put it right here, just for readability. 2, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. So that should be, if I can do my math real quick, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Aha. So I believe I have not fully implemented my pseudocode, because 7 divided by 2 is 3.5, which is failing here. So when I described round the result down, I did not in fact round the result down. So rings need to equals math.floor, which is an method that takes a number and rounds it down itself. And now we are seeing in our console log, silver equals silver, but before we saw gold equals silver. So I do think that was my primary mistake, and all cases are not being ran. I do believe I am ready to reattempt. My attempt has been successful according to the test suite. So this works beautifully. Some first optimizations I can do. I can reduce the number of lines and such I'm doing by, say, rings divide by 2 right here during this assignment. I'll test our cell passing. I might even be able to divide them by 2 during the addition phase to reduce complexity. I will have to wait till the end to do the flooring. While this here does work pretty well, I'm trying to realize, so since we're dealing with an additions, rings will never be less than 0, which means I can use a switch case. Yeah, Mavi, I don't think the interviewer would greatly appreciate that, though. I will ask them at the end, should I go full Code Wars? But yeah, we'll one line it in a moment. I'll first want to do a little benchmarks on it. So Olympic rings. So this works pretty well. We're going to make a copy of this to demonstrate some variations. So Olympic rings switch. So if y'all love switch cases, I could have also switched on rings. And for the, well, don't do that. For the case of 0, the case of 1, I would have returned not even a number. Oh no. I hope that's how switch cases works. Then for 2 and 3 in default, you can use my editor's auto format to help me out here. 2, 3, and then default. We will return these strings accordingly. Multi-cursor magic to select those, copy them, paste them. And if I uncomment this code, we will see, using my Olympic rings switch, our results are maintained. So if y'all love switch cases, I got switch cases for you. There's a shorter way to write this. That is with a reduce statement. I'm more than happy to demonstrate that. I don't know which one I'll keep that on, but we'll call it up here reduce. So instead of calculating this manually, we can const rings. This will be traversing through the string, so I'll use the spread operator to convert our string to an array, which I can now call reduce on, taking our number of rings and our character. Now, while I could have done a filter on the entire array and then done additions, whenever you're using a reduce, you can combine whatever linear operations are before it into the actual reduction. Yeah, that's a good one, Mavi. I mean, I will take that bet. I'll go for a ternary. It will be ugly, but I think it'll work. Hey, thanks for that follow there, Nero. Your Saturday's going well. So what we're going to do is we're going to first access rings count by the current character. Now this will not always be truthy. It will sometimes have a value of undefined. In which case I want to use 0. Don't mind me as I just brain my way through that. Yep, you can divide that by 0. So we're going to give this a default value. So if a character does not have a count of rings, that count of rings is by 0. We divide it by 2 as we do above. And finally, we're going to add this to our count of rings. Now, you never said the minimum length of the string, and I never asked it, but I'm going to assume that strings can be empty. In that case, I'll need to provide an initial value to this reduce, because if you call reduce on an empty array, it fails with an error. So if there is an empty string, this function will now work. Now with that, I have the number of rings here. I do need to still round this down, so I can math floor the entire reduction result, like so. And to generally reduce the number of operations in total, I will add the division after the reduction. So instead of there being n number of divisions, there is just n number of additions plus 1 division. So a nice macro optimization there. Finally, we will go full one-liner. Const Hey, unfortunately, we do not get colors of emojis. It ain't that smart, there, resident sleeper. Appreciate the appreciate the attempt, though. And one-liner. So I'm gonna try my best to make this a one-liner in case you prefer that unreadable code. The way I'm gonna do this is with a dictionary. So an alternative to a switch would be a lookup dictionary with the rings value. So the way this is going to work is that I will create an object with the keys of 0, 1, 2, and 3. I will access this object with the number of rings. And if I fail to get a value, I will use the default string of gold. Now we're going super unreadable there, Bob, but hang in there. I am nearly complete. I'm gonna have to multi-cursor magic my way through this. Give me a moment. We do have slight duplication with the fact that 0 and 1 using a dictionary are not going to be dry, but at this point I do not think that's a large concern. There we go. So according to these statements, that is still working. Now I don't believe I could optimize this any further, to be honest. I could -1 the entire thing and seal it to reduce this key, but I don't think we're here for that, Mr. Interviewer. What I can do, though, is I can benchmark all of these for you. So, taking Olympic ring switch, and then duplicating the switch to say lookup, keeping our for loop consistent. What I can do is take this lovely object and use it instead of a switch. This will allow us to identify which part is actually slow and fast. So return this object looked up with a number of rings. And while the construction of the object isn't free, I will globalize it for both functions. Const return messages. Lovely object right here. So now, instead of constructing a new object, we simply look one up. And I'll make a similar optimization here, at the cost of not being a one-liner anymore. I doubt that is a large concern of yours, though. The auto formatter has said we are good. Hey, I appreciate that, boss man. Yeah. What can I say? I find them useful myself, you know, so I'm happy to be able to help. It seems actually that color broke the timer. Let me randomize it. There we go. That's something nice. Yeah, we're just over here doing some Code Wars, boss man. Actually nearing the end of this one. I wrote it in basically any way possible, and I'm about to benchmark it to find out what's the best way. It's a little bit of benchmarking code that I have written. I guess I have to npm. So for those who were on Mindwolf string, where that JS benchmark, where JS perf is no longer with us, you can use websites, or you can use a little script that I threw together, which I will drop in the chat if y'all actually want to use it, to benchmark a bunch of different functions that do the same thing. You can see I have an example here for reverse string. Basically, the bottom here, I'll do all this at the bottom actually. Yeah. It's supposed to be in a different file. Bench.js. There we go. Now it's happy. You do have to install actual node module benchmark, but aside from that, world is great. Now I will change these to asserts. Just for loveliness. And let's get rid of all these triple equal strings. And finally, bench.js. Okay, the Quokka got very confused. We're going to turn off Quokka now. Well, after I find the command. There we go. So now we're going to make this requiring. And in this little thing here, we use func, which is going to be iterated through all of our functions. All of our functions being... The problem is solved. I'm going to turn Copilot back on. Come on, Copilot, help me. Help me. Copilot, help me. You really gonna make me type all this? Yeah. I really don't want to type all this. Disappointing. Just trying to solve Morse code. Okay, so we need to put the name of every function in here, which, while tedious, isn't super tedious. So function name, function name, function name, function name, function name. Let me paste them all here, separate them with commas. And that should be ready to benchmark. Nope, not ready to benchmark. Okay, allow me fix the goldfish in my brain. It ran like super fast. Well, how did I break this? What have I done? Oh, I didn't bring in a cert. Cert equals require. Yeah, they can make sure that exists. And now we're about to find out which one's the fastest. Off to the races we go. Olympic ring, 195 operations. The switch case has basically no impact. The lookup is better. Okay, the lookup is winning. Ooh, the reduce is winning of all of them. Okay. And the ironically, the one-liner seems to have won out. Now this is, of course, on small cases. Let's make ourselves a big example. Oh, Copilot's not turned on. No wonder it wasn't working. There we go. And we want to repeat this 1,000 times. So a bunch of letters. It's big expected. Since they all do work, we're just going to grab... it'll be the word gold, since we know that. And just to test how they scale with input, since that's what really matters, I'm going to give this a big example and a big expected, just to see how it scales with a lot more data. So while it could be fast, our complexity very much depends on data. We can already see it's doing a lot less operations a second. Oh, big error. Something straight up broke for the lookup table. Okay, so the lookup table straight up failed the test. That's not good. But the one-liner didn't. Okay, let's go look up our... Let's look at our lookup table. Here it is. So the thing is that the lookup table, you need to default to gold if it's not found. Not bad on the implementation. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Jarek9to5. Hope your Saturday is treating you well. Though looking at the previous brief examples, it appears they're all effectively, basically running the same speed. The one-liner doing slightly better. all within margin of errors, I would say. Yeah, it's not really a difference. Yeah, one liner doing slightly better. And with that, I don't think we're really gonna get any more results here. I'll go ahead and make the actual submission now, which will be the one-liner since it ran the fastest. Like so. Let's see how Code Wars feels about this. Olympic ring. So we'll remove our suffix here. And there we go. Okay, now we can check out the other solutions. Okay, they count all the ones that had one, then the one that had two. Very cool. Hard coded the count, that's cool. Regex, cool. Ah, include the counts with the indexes. A little bit more memory expensive, but cool way nonetheless. Two separate arrays. The ternary. Yeah, I didn't even go for the ternary, did I? I know I should try a ternary. Maybe not a one-liner. I we didn't really need to test that. We got another Code War that'll probably have a ternary in it. That is basically every way to write this one, though. And hopefully that did enough burning down the clock for that interview queue. Yeah, and with that, we'll go to the next one. I gotta go find the next one, though. Harsh bank account number. A 6K. Let's see how bad this one is. Wow, okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Integer range 0 through 9. Oh, and actually give us all the integers. Okay, I think I can accomplish this. So this is going to be a string matching fun thing. So let's clear out all this lovely code. Okay, come on. Yeah, gotta select more code. Give this one a shot, folks. Comment this out while we're still going through it. Oh yeah, black. Purple is the closest we get to black. Actually, I don't know what it did there. Huh. I mean, it really tried there, Ryan. It really tried. I mean, it took the RGB 000. Just. Mm, huh. Weird. Huh. That did work at one point. RGB to hex. Maybe don't like the kind. Guess this is as good as mine. We'll figure this out. 207 3. Go color this. Huh, okay, so I guess it doesn't support RGB. You did it one time though. RIP to that feature. But there we go, Ryan. We got close. Actually, that is. Wow, that's very, very dot on for sure. Okay, so look at this lovely thing. We're essentially going to be given this here string and meant to get this out. Yeah, Ryan, they do not support opacity at all. I mean, one of these days I'm gonna like, cause like the way it works. I mean, you know probably most of all, but it's literally an image that I am RGB rotating. So I'm using a hue shift. So like it's a blue image that I'm hue shifting to other colors. So like it's not really like you're not really assigning a color. You're giving it a color for it to try to hue shift to. Eventually, though, I'm gonna like make this an overlay on the background image, and I'll somehow make it possible for any color, but not there yet. Honestly, eventually, I think like I don't know, I'm gonna replace this whole header with something better, but kind of low in the list of priorities at the moment. 86, 86. You know what? Maybe it's just some weird auth error, because that seems like a perfectly good hex code to me. Oh, it didn't change. Okay, I guess that was the color. Come on, Google. Somebody. Oh, it's gray. Yeah, I guess gray wouldn't look good. No, you're not distracted at all, right? It's a good break. Need little mini breaks every now and then. It's not at all a distraction. But yeah, I mean, I got a whole bunch of ideas for like the blog and like the site and stuff. Oh, where's their blog? That's not their blog. VS Code real time debugger. So we didn't actually get to use any of the extension this time, but this person over here, there we go. They actually work at Microsoft VS Code now. They have, oh, come on, Copilot, or come on, keyboard. They have a blog that I'm going to shamelessly yoink the idea for, at least in partial, at least with the whole fading thing. Once I get around to it, this. So eventually I'm going to do that, at least in some form or some fashion, maybe. But I think this is cool as all heck. Because it's actually a pretty cool effect. You see it blurs the background and just adds that white pixel image. Yeah, it's a good one, Ryan. I mean, yeah, Ryan. I mean, I think even a few hundred devs built color scheme tools. So yeah, I'm sure it's like as cool as it is to like try and build something unique. It's also going to be a learning experience to build something that's not unique, as you get to fully understand how those other things work. So yeah, I never let something like, oh, someone's already done it. Never let that be a blocker. Hey, I appreciate the follow there. It's Victor Ratio. Ratio. For sure, Ryan. Yeah, that's the great thing about it already existing. You can make a lot of comparisons. For sure. Okay, so what we're going to be given here is we're going to be given this lovely string, and it's going to have a count number written with pipes and underscore. The digit's going to be 0 through 9, and it's going to take this and return our lovely numbers. So thankfully, we have been given a few examples, and we can start writing out our test cases for this. Let's turn off Copilot. Exactly. Well, dude, I mean, that's nothing, that's not a bad way to go about it at all, right? And eventually, like, that's not a skill that we necessarily even need to have, right? We're not out here CEOs thinking of ideas, brainstorming stuff. We're software engineers. Someone else is really coming up with the idea. We're building it out. So, not really a skill we need to have. For sure, yeah. Hey, I'm happy to be able to do that. Yeah. I'm glad to What can I say? Yeah, there's a lot of people. Maybe the name's different on Twitch, but yeah, more than happy to be able to help you. I was able to get you unblocked there. Hey, appreciate the follow. You too, Acris Alive. Hope y'all's Saturday is doing well. We're doing some Code Wars during this little break sesh. Then we'll do some React in a moment. Yeah, we're giving this here lovely string. So we're going to give it always a string of 4 new line characters, separated lines. Each line is actually, wow, it is. I turned Copilot off. Why is Copilot saying things? Copilot, you're off. Ah. Hey, Jenamon. Thanks for coming on by. I mean, it's not that long time. Nice seeing you again. Just doing a little bit of code warring real quick. It's been a hot minute. Hey, hi there to you too. Aqueous Alive. Yeah, Copilot is learning. I mean, it's literally off, but I guess it takes a moment to loosen its hold. Yeah, it's actually a good point there. Go. No, want to. Well, actually, each line is not 27 characters long. Actually, is every line the same length? Like, is there always going to be the same number of digits? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Aha! It's not always. Well, the line's that long. It's just a 0 in front of it. Is always 9. Yeah, that. Thankfully, it did loosen its hold, but closing and reopening probably would have done it too. Yeah. I know closing and reopening breaks turns a lot of extensions off, especially mine. So yeah, I would have done it. Always a string of 4 separated lines, containing 1 to 9 digits always. Okay, so the logic I'm seeing here, I appreciate the lyric there, Ryan. So the logic I'm seeing here, there, interviewer Bob, is for every character, there is these 3 parts of the string that represent it. So my intended approach is to iterate through this and grab that character from each offset of the index of the larger string. And I'm trying to think if there are any other edge cases I'm missing here. I can go grab some actual examples that you were so kind enough to provide in the code. Log, parse, bank, account. You gave me 3 of them. Let me reformat these examples so that I can actually run them. One momento. Nope, didn't mean to drop that character off. And these are my 3 numbers. Again, allow me to just wrap these up so they're testable, so we can actually run them. Parse bank account. I forgot my multi-cursor magic, so we're doing this a little manual today. Not the worst, though. So then after this, we have a number parameter being our numbers. So let's grab all 3 of them. Place here, here, and here. After the comma goes the number, 2 closing parentheses. And these inputs should be valid. I'm going to start Quokka just so we don't have to run the code every time manually. And we can see we are getting undefined. When these undefineds are instead reporting the numbers listed directly below, I believe we can consider this challenge completed. Would you say so? I would say so. So now, onto the actual implementation of the code. As mentioned, my approach is going to be starting at an offset of 0, grabbing the next 4 characters. Then from there, starting at that offset, grabbing the next 4 characters, the next 4, the next hold on, I think I may have gotten my math wrong. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Grabbing the next 3 characters, apologies. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. And this will be my method of actually getting all the values. Looking at your strings, I see you are not trimming white space, so let me put that back in my example. And that is my plan. So this is going to be a for loop. I'm going to write this slightly in a better way. So my offsets, just to visualize them, are 0, 3, hold on, 0, 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, and 23. Now, unfortunately, that's not 23, it's 24, 27. I'm not here for math. Good interviewer. Essentially, we're going to create a for loop that will start at 0 and increment by 3 as many times as possible, which is bound by the length of the lines. So before we can do that, we'll need to grab the 3 lines, which we can do by splitting our string by the new line character. This means our lines is now an array of 3. And now we can start iterating through them. So let nums, or let digits be a new string, which will eventually convert to a number. And start our loop, starting at 0, ensuring that we're not past the end of the first line, because they're all of equal length, and incrementing our index by 3. It's our first big change from a classic for loop. Of course, I need to not make typos. But aside from that, what we're going to do next is grab the first 3 characters from the I index of each line. So it's going to be const image equals, then we'll join them together. So since this is for each line, it can be lines.map. So for each line, we want to grab line substring from I to I plus 3. So this is going to give us essentially, like in this example here, 1, 2, 3, this as a string. Now the identification is going to have all 9 digits in a dictionary mapping with each of these characters. So this is going to be const digit images, going to be a object, and this is where we will need to do some manual work here. So I'm going to grab 0 like so, or it's 0 colon, and then I'll put this in quotes. Hold on, let me dance with this for a moment. New line character, like so. So that is our encoded representation of the number 0 with ASCII pipes and bars. As cool as this is, I am going to programmatically generate these. I love these, but I'm going to programmatically generate these using this function here, and then I will eventually generate them. So using this parse bank account, I'm going to provide it an initial value just for generating this. What about a 2D matrix? So a 2D matrix would work if I just made it a 2D array of strings like so, or just an array of strings. So it'd be like this instead of using the new line character. Let me demonstrate how that would look in data form. Well, get my symbols correct, like so. So this would very much work there, Genie. The disadvantage of this is that when I come back later to check equality, this is an array, which means I cannot do a double or triples equals. I'll have to stringify this array and then compare the strings. So this is definitely more readable for the eye. If I really wanted to go readability for the eye, what I would do is still use the new line characters, but then use pluses. So if readability for the eye is the goal, then this would be an approach for that. So that way when it's a string, when I come back for equality, I can directly make said equality comparisons. And I see we're referring to a 2D matrix in another way. By the way, that did improve readability, so I'm definitely going to go for that. After which, we are going to call parse bank account with our example string here. I can even use backticks since it's on the same line, like so. Be real fancy. That's a pretty good idea to start there. Hey, Lord Chrysius, how is it going? Your Saturday is going well. You're doing well with all the Google Auth stuff in the world. Okay, it's not aligned, but it is basically aligned. And matrix assigns point values for each line. Yeah, so for each line, because unfortunately, like a digit is not comprised of a line, it's comprised of a subpart of a line. And as you can see, the subpart of some of them are identical. So we need all three parts, but only this to figure out what it is. I could make it in where each segment has a value, and then each digit is all three of those values combined, or a mapping of all three of those values to another value. It could be an approach. I can't see how it works in my head though, so definitely gonna go the one I can envision. Yeah, Lord Chrysius, it's a good one, that's for sure. It is a good one. I'm just doing some code wars right now. Full on prep. We're doing this little parsing one where we get some ASCII characters. We're gonna turn them into numbers, which I got an idea from. I'm just gonna use some computer to generate it for me now. I divide 3 and then image. Now this isn't really gonna be too readable. Image dot join new line character. Again, very not readable, but if I were to run this with a node, we should see. Okay, again, not readable. Plus new line plus. We getting close to readability. As we can see, 0 is 0, 1 is 1, 2 is 2. So this also proves that my reading code is reading the digits at their positions accordingly. Now what I'm going to do for this is update digit images accordingly with these findings. So image.join new line is going to be the key. So digit images equals I divide 3. Which means after this execution, digit images should be fully populated. As you can see, it is fully populated. So populated that I can copy its value and shove it into our actual code base. Again, don't look pretty, but these are our digit representations. Now that I've used that little trick to generate our data easily for us, we can actually go back to solving the problem. So we're going to add to digit string this image value found in digit images. And finally, since digits is a string, we want to convert it to a number, which we can use with the unary plus operator. Now, if I've done so correctly, let's go ahead and put a console log on our 0 case while we're at it. We have NAND, which is not what we're looking for. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Note that I'm not including the 0. Why doesn't... I'm a little confused here. Okay, don't mind me just being lost. Yeah, NAND, not what we're looking for. So what we can do is start debugging our way through this. So let's see. Actually hit up the debugger here. And we'll see what is going wrong. Oh, this is the part where it runs on the wrong code. Launch program. War.js. What I get for not doing this in a clean repository. There we go. Okay, so we are here. Let's... What do we want to watch? Step on through. Send lines length. Yeah, that does look like a 0. Digit images. Let's grab the individual digit out. That'll be a good thing to watch. Ooh, it's undefined. That's our problem. Because image is an array, not a string. If I were to edit this to be join. So this is that array comparison I was supposed to do. It outputs to 0. There we go. So if we attack a join, the end of this line, hit a reload. Watch that as we get up to it. It is 0, right? So 0 for our 0. Where is our image, by the way? Ah, there it is. I can see it now. Oh, I appreciate. I will. Oh, that was quick on the gun there, Ryan. Good job. Appreciate it. Let us actually watch images as we go up. Let's watch a bunch of things since we're here. Let's remove or delete that one. Yeah, we don't care about the image. Goodbye. We would like to... Yeah, I and I plus 3. That part's good. Yeah, I think it's enough information to go on. Oh, I try. Yeah, you gotta keep this window open. I'm not gonna get anything. There we go. Remove that expression. There we go. So, where's I? There you go. I is 3. So I plus 3 is 6. There we go. Image is 1. 0, 1. Okay, let's zoom through this. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seems to be working well. 7, 8. And then the last one should be able to consume 9. It consumes 9. There we go. Let's clear that out. Move all of them. That little debug sesh out of the way. I think it's ready to go. Turn Quokka back on. I think uncomment our other test cases. Lots of NANDs. Very much not a fan of the NANDs. So these are with strings. Ah. There's an extra new line at the end. So that's an interesting factoid that my code is not anticipating. So what I need to do is when I split the lines, I need to filter the ones that are empty. So dot filter boolean. There we go. I've gotten rid of all the empty lines, which was this little empty line after this new line character. Now, according to the test cases we've agreed upon, these numbers are all matching, which means I should be passing. Yeah, I think this is a pass. I can one line a few of these things. No real benefit to it. Hit up an auto filter or auto format. Now I am using a string here to collect the digits and then convert them to a number. I can use a more optimal way maybe, but I see no purpose in doing so. I have to store this as a variable because I need to do it multiple times. Hey Jim, how's it going? Over here, just finish up this code war. I think it works. Actually gonna go for the submission right now. Hope your Saturday's been treating you well. Oh, first test. Hey, there we go. Solution. And we did a little bit of React deployment in the beginning, but now we're just taking the code wars for this session. There's not really much because like we reactified everything, right? So there's nothing more to reactify, at least 100 dev stuff. So no big reactifications. We have a few React related things to do. We got some manual SSR, maybe nextification, though we'll probably add some of these features that people did want to see first. Yeah, Rascal Flying Code Wars. I'm working on that at least. Yeah, I don't think this particular code word can get any fancier, but yeah. We're using a map, which is a little expensive, but we could use math instead of a map of 3, but we ain't here for that. Yeah, I think this is about as good as we're gonna get. Very. Oh, and look at this. Here's the case that they use. Get number from string. Oh, there was a unique way of going about it. Okay. Not there? Not, how did they do this? Numbers. Get numbers. Okay, so I guess there was some way of doing a different kind of matching. Oh no, they just joined it as one string. They did what I did. Builder, split. Wow, terrifying math. Oh, they hard coded the zeros, index based. Got it, got it. Oh, there you go, a little gem, a little multitasking. Always a little fun to do. There we go, yeah. Sounds like a good day. Yeah, looks like everyone. Oh, some people hard coded it, which is what I did. Stencil to digit. Ooh, a stencil. I like that word. These are stencils. Oh, well, this is so terrifying. I have no idea what incarnation they're doing there, but that's some stuff. They did the stuff. And yeah, I would do some benchmarks on this, but I can't think of any other way to write it. So it's done. Doing some learning. There you go. I think those have been some 2 good code wars where we can take a break because we are 11 minutes past our break. So we do some multitasking, do some learning, watch some Rascal Flying. We can take a break during all that. Sure, stretch, hydrate, and relax during all that. I will catch you on the other side where we will do some manual server-side rendering on good old Bub. Welcome on back, folks, as the break is coming to an end. There we go. Not that much time. I guess that's about right. So we're not going to go full server-side render. We're just going to do a little bit that some people mentioned is not fun we have to do to avoid the little bit of tedious work. So what tedious work we're avoiding is in our root or our most common component, this right here. The fact that we have to fetch to get our users and stuff, like every time, is an extra network request. To demonstrate this, let's go ahead and say if user triple equals undefined. I can turn Copilot back on now. Then we will return a paragraph that says waning, or this is really technically like a little loading screen. So we'll say loading triple dot. So I can refresh the page, loading, and then there it is. So there's a little bit of delay before our stuff happens, and this happens basically on every page. There's a slight delay there. It's slight, so it doesn't really matter, but some people don't want it here, and they don't want to go full Next.js, which does all that for you, or jump into some other solution. So a trick I like to do is to have the backend inject the data into the front end. Hey, Jim, appreciate that, hydrate. And there, the big libraries do this in a very professional and cool way. I'm not them. So the way we're going to do it is essentially inject it into the body or such, and then pull it out of the body. First, we're going to talk about how we're going to pull it out. So there are like 10 different ways to do this. It doesn't really matter which way you do it, as long as you pick a way. A horizon shield, nothing much. Just jerry-rigging a little bit of injecting data from the server to a React client. Why is that not turned on? Come on, Copilot, wake up! Thing equals ABC. So first I'm going to see how this root component works with React Router. See, can I pass arbitrary stuff? Come on, Copilot. Yeah, so we can pass arbitrary stuff to our lovely root, which means we can pass an initial user like this. Now, eventually, there's not really going to be anything here. So let's go ahead and give ourselves a initial user of undefined, because we have yet to define it. So we have, well, I don't know what that's telling them there. There's no console log. We'll console log user. And here we'll say if user is undefined or is not undefined, as in it's been found, return. So we need to do this fallback because it's not always going to be available. Like in development, we're not going to be able to see the static magic happening. No, we can. Fetching user, a little message just like that. So we can see every time we go and fetch said user. There's a 2, it's not really 2, it's a React optimization that makes it look like there's 2. So now we're passing an initial user, but we're not actually passing a real initial user. This is where kind of get to make it up as you go. And the way I'm going to choose to do this is have index.html. We're going to have, what do we want to do? Lots of different ways to do this. Script, window, R2, initial user is initial user. And again, this is where you're kind of making up as you go. I'm going to use some cool symbols like that and that. That looks cool. Nope, something like that. Just something unique enough that it can be replaced. Like there. Now, everything is very angry at the moment because that's not a real JavaScript. That's not any templating language. Cool thing is that it's going to get replaced. Wow. What? That didn't do what I want. There we go. Now, initially, it's going to be a little angry. But thankfully, it's going to ignore that angriness and just move on with its life. If we really hate this, we can, I think, try catch it, maybe? Or just use a syntax that's not as atrocious as this. Yeah, just use a syntax not as atrocious. Initial user is not defined. How do we... Oh, I'm literally erroring. I'm logging the error. I don't want to see the error. There we go. I might have been able to get by with the cool syntax. Nope. Okay, so just for simplicity of not dealing with that, we'll use the actual words initial user. This is what our server, when we actually serve in production, will replace our user with. So it's where it's going to go. Now here, what we're going to do is get the value from window.r2initialUser, which is going to be undefined in most cases. But this is where we actually do our server injection. So right here you can see we're doing a send file. We don't want to do a send file anymore. So we want to grab the file, replace it with the current user, and then send the file. So const HTML equals fs. We need to do an import. Const fs require fs dot read file sync. So we gotta read our lovely file. No way getting around there. And we want to say injected HTML equals. Why is Copilot not on? HTML.replace. Okay, it's not gonna. It ain't gonna help us. It's okay. We'll manually get back there. Or not. And we'll replace the string initial user with, there it is, the JSON stringification of the actual user. I think we're using a rec here, right? Yeah. And then we'll send the injected HTML. Now, the disadvantage of this and the disadvantage of anything that you are dynamically rendering on the server is that it's not really cacheable. Aside from that, this is going to work, I believe, once we're using the front end. So, looking at it now, we go to the home page. We get a fetch, and then we need some more console logs. There we go. There's our user, and we can actually R2. We can't see it because it's not there, but we can see the logs, which we're gonna keep here as we do a build. I think. Do I have to mess anything in the env? No, I do not. Alright, so we are using the old API. I also don't think that matters. So we will go to our front end and npm run build. Then we'll go to our real backend, 2121, and we'll start to see in the console it behave differently. That's not right. Oop, app crashed. Wait, what? Wait, what happened? Why'd you crash? No, don't look crashed. Oh, it's already running somewhere. IMPX kill port. It's live somewhere else. Okay, I'm gonna start once more. Now 2121's running the new code. Okay, let's turn it off, make sure. Yeah, okay, so that was doing the thing. So now we're doing some server logging. Make sure we're at least trying this. Console log. Injected HTML. Is it working? It's gonna be a big string, but the bottom of it is what we care about. Ah! Since we are going to the index, our index is being handled for us because of static. So if you didn't know, when you use yourself and express static, when you go to a /, it will automatically route the index HTML for free. So what we need to do here is render index. Oh, come on, that was a great name. There we go. And then app.get render index. And we can define as such. So that way it actually runs on the home page, which it was not before. So now if we hit refresh, explosions, HTML replace not a function because read file sync returns a buffer. We want a string. Thankfully, toString exists. Progress, not really doing what we want yet. So let's see. Where is our thing? So our toInitialUser is undefined. You want to know why that's happening? Because recUser is undefined. If you want to know why that's happening, it's because session is what initializes our user. So we gotta. It's going a little bit janky here, but essentially we need to move all of this below our session and below our flash messages. No. Still undefined. Okay, well at this point we can actually console log it, see what is up. Am I actually not logged in? No, I am very much logged in. Where is my user? I use recUser all over the place. Alright. So where is my user? Interesting. Okay, let's go check out okay, I don't want all that. I just want to check the passport. Come on, open up. Yep, we got a session here. Sessions are, or passport at least. Interesting. Okay, okay. Okay, let's do, I don't see why JSON string if I would do stuff. Let's do it before. recUser is undefined. It is on recUser. Okay, let's look at other places we use recUser. When we make a post, when we get the user. Let's go check that out while we're here. API user. User is null. Interesting. Okay, let's log out and log back in. I think we've entered a weird auth state. Now is rec user doing its job? Still not, and our API is still not there. But this is getting as our user. Because it's using the API. Okay, I understand. I'm authenticating with the API, or I'm authenticating with Heroku, not my actual local one. No! Hey, of course, Ryan. Yeah, appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day too, Ryan. So this is the consequence of using a separate deployable React app. You gotta make sure when you're doing local stuff, you change the environment variable so you're not talking to the external API. Because that means your session is not local session, it is that session. And now this is gonna work, I bet. First, it's gonna log me out, I guess. And user is initially null. Would you look at that? Wait a minute, it did a fetch. Why did it do a fetch? Hold up, let's check this out now. So now we're a little closer. Let's do some more console logging. Undefined, undefined. Here's the thing. I want it to be that or null. So undefined isn't our serialized value. And boom, look at that. Now that we come here, our user is initially null. We don't make an additional fetch. And now it is doing the magic. Hey, Jazzy Pants. We're just doing a little bit of a manual splash of server-side rendering because some people didn't like that. Every request to your React app that needed something made an additional fetch back. So we're just exploring the options of that, manually at least. I hope you're doing pretty well yourself. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Yeah, basically before, whenever someone came to the home page, it died. And then it died again. Okay, let's just mess this up. So you come to the page, your user's undefined, it makes a network request, and then it finds your user. That's the thing people were not a fan of, so we make an API request. Alternatively, now we don't make that request when we don't need to. So if user triple equal undefined, return. Because this is what essentially we were doing before. But it was running so fast that we didn't see the loading state, which for us is fine, but for those on a slower connection, they have to wait for their data to show up. Yeah, just a little splash of it, basically. I can't show because I'm not on dev mode, but essentially there will be a flash of no user. Then you'd have to wait for the user to be found, which we're keeping here just for development purposes. But now, when you make it to production, there's an initial user provided, which is yoinked from our main entry point. Initialized off a global off the window, which a little dash of HTML is set in the script, which allows good old server here to replace initial user with the actual initial user. So less network request, no flash of unstyled user. Everyone wins, but it's a little manual. I think this part actually is near the end. Yeah, I'd say so. We're gonna, because now we have to actually deploy this to see it working. But I think we are ready. So I'm gonna flip this conditional around to say if you're undefined, then you make fetch. That's easier to read for sure. Yeah, Jim, it's there. I think also the code for it. Well, that might be an old. Yeah, there's a command to this direct repo. There we go. And there we go. So in development, obviously, you don't get the SSR because there's no server, but in production, which we are about to push it to, you will see the magic. And there is what we want to do. So add user server side rendering for the initial user. This, we're going to go push away to Heroku. I think we're ready to push to Heroku. Git push. I got to push a different branch. So git push Heroku source branch 2022 1015 to main branch separated by a colon. Hey, my Anki has helped me. Yeah, Jazzy Pants. So we're going to. So first we're gonna make a few of these features. Actually, we're done there. And then we're going to port a little bit of Bub. I don't know if we're gonna get all of Bub Next.jsified, but I'm gonna port a little bit of it because this is a little bit of new territory for me. So who knows if we'll be able to get it all done, but you know, people always say like Nextauth is amazing, and so I figured I'd give it a shot with Nextauth as a library. I have not done any C sharp development as of yet, Jim. It is on my list of things to eventually learn onto because I like the verbosity of JavaScript or the verbosity of Java, but like C sharp, I see it's used a bit, you know, in the game and the web. So just curious, I just literally haven't learned it yet, so it's on the list. No big motivations, yeah. That's what I'm hoping for, Jazzy Pants. Yeah, I'm after maybe we do like one, two, or three of these features, I'm gonna jump in there and well, I can't do anything until I get authenticated, so it's probably gonna be the in the first next jazzification session because I can't post or do anything until I'm off. Yeah. Yeah, but first we did the whole Netlify, GitHub pages Vercel for them, and just for static deployments and GitHub pages. Phew, that was tedious. What, where, when, why, and how? Soon. Soon, Jim. Not yet, though. Not yet. Oh, of course, I know. I know. Appreciate that. So looking at this change, let's see if it worked. So we make a request and we API profile. Yeah, so this we kind of need to do this. We did not implement server-side data rendering for all of them. That's kind of why I'm doing this first to kind of show like, oh, this is how you would manually inject data basically into the HTML, and then Next.js is going to be like, and here's how the professionals do it. There you go. Yeah, you can see it did get injected. So when we went to any old page, we didn't have to wait. Well, for us, it's like less than 100 milliseconds, but for those on lower connections, could have been even worse. So being able to do that instantaneous, pretty good. But yeah, we'll do a little bit of a feature now. Let's see which feature we want to go with. This is at the top of the list. The ability to edit post. First, we gotta get all our stuff turned back on. We actually have more than 8 minutes, so my timer has failed me. Nope, not a minute. That's about more right. Yeah, because a number of people did ask essentially how. Where'd that go? There it is. How to implement the editing of posts. So I come on over here. I log in. So you're on a post and you want to edit the post. Now, editing the title might be easy, caption, all that stuff might be easy. Editing the image, though, few people wanted to see that part. So let's go on that. So, Yvain, you always start from either the data or the view. I'm going to start from the view. I basically want a model kind of like this model. So, like the update comment model. So let's go find the update comment code and yoink it. There we go. So it's a model or model. So it's gonna be like, this is some great code. I'd be ashamed if someone yoinked it. Host JSX. I'll probably put it where the delete button is. Or the delete button. A lot. I forgot all this recursive codes in here. Where is that delete button? Handle delete. Here it is. Okay, so it's our lovely delete button. We will add to the right of it a edit button, which will wrap it in this. Yeah. Yeah, Next.js, like I've heard, like Next.auth isn't one's only option. There's also like there's a module that allows you to essentially write Express compatible code over there, like Connect Next, in which case you can use Passport if you really don't want to rewrite stuff. So it's going to be a cool learning experience for sure. So modal, fade. I guess we don't need to give this a special ID anymore. I don't know what this is for. I don't think it's doing anything. I hope it's not doing anything. Oh, is there supposed to be... I think I forgot something. Nope, not that one. There's a button somewhere. Edit, comment. There you go. There's this button. I forgot a button. Also, we need a button group. Yeah, we need all. I forgot all kinds of stuff. Okay, so div class, button group, post actions. Yeah, I mean, I'm like I said, I'm gonna go Next.auth first because that's what everyone says. But be curious to see what Passport looks like, just for curiosity's sake. Let's turn on word wrapping to get this more readable. Edit, comment. Oh, a pound in there. Awesome. So we'll swap this out with edit post, and now since it's a hard-coded string, we can drop the curlies. There we go. So this will open the modal. And this form now goes inside here. You know, let's make it a danger button. Hopefully it's cool. That's not directly touching a button. Otherwise, I'll swap with it on click. It won't hurt. Okay, have our lovely form. Okay, here comes our stuff. Post. Edit. Post. This is some new stuff. We're making it up right now, folks. Post ID. Do I have a post ID? That's a lot of scrolling. I do have a post ID. Would you look at that? Then we have on submit, update comment. We're not doing that. We're saying update post, which we'll make in a moment. Default value, post. Okay, I'm going to refactor this a little bit. post.id. And now we need some fields. So we got a title, a caption, and an image upload, which we already have a form for. So we can just go and yoink the old form. So let's find that old form on the profile page and yoink, yoink, yoink. Also need to make it multi-part form data. Let's try not to forget that. Modal body right here. Don't forget our encoding type, because we will be uploading, or we'll be maybe accepting, an image. Come on, auto format. There we go. Now for all three of these, we need to provide a default value. Except the image. We're not doing that for the image. Default value equals post dot, so multi-cursor magic, to grab the attribute property name. Like so. Yeah, our image, it can't have a default value because that's not how images work. Update post. That's the plan, Jazzy Pants, right? Yeah, we're definitely going to delete the old image if it exists and if we're adding a new one. That's the answer I gave to a lot of how do you do this, but we're going to show it off now. Handle delete. Oh, I guess this is handle update then. Handle update. That's a good name. We do want to grab the one from profile. Again, we're stealing a lot from profile here, because this is doing exactly what we need to do. Put it down here. So handle delete goes handle update. There we go. And we may get some messages. I'm trying to think. Do we want to send back messages? Nah, we're fine. If there's a post, then set the post to whatever it just changed to. And reset the form we just touched. Good. 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 Okay, I think this is our front end code all ready to go. Let's see if our front end looks good. Wow, that's a look, all right. That's not what I was looking for. So now we got some CSS fun time. So I imagine it's this column 3. There we go. So what I need to do is add column 3 to the button group. Love Bootstrap. There we somewhat go. Okay, progress. I imagine this isn't doing it because it's inside of a form. There we go. Now they're all happy and stuff. But now the like button looks weird. One thing at a time. We'll fix that next commit. Let's see if this update button actually looks good, though. So we click it. We have an old title, old caption. No file selected. I'm going to make that label a little more clear. New image. Yeah, the other two are somewhat clear. So this is our front end. We can check the net request as we submit this. And we see it fails because we have yet to update our backend. So just looking at it to see what it looks like, though. API post, edit post. We're making a patch, which is correct because this is a partial update. We're sending back the title, the caption, and no file. And there's no response. We can't look at it anymore. So it's time to get our backend ready to go. So thankfully, we're writing MVC. We know we need to go to the post route to add ourselves a edit post, the post ID. Take a edit post. And I'm using the patch method. So that's our router. Again, routers don't have that much to do except link the front to the back to our lovely edit post controller, which is where the logic sits. So we have like post, delete post, I suppose right below it's any goes places any. Edit post. Let's see if Copilot can write it for us. So we need to find the post, and if you don't own the post, then you go back. Otherwise, okay, so let's simplify this a little bit. So if it ain't your post to belong with, we won't allow random people to edit random people's posts. Did we do that for delete? Nope, anyone can delete any post, so we didn't have the check there, we're not adding it here. So what we want to do now is we want to make, so like there are three possible changes. The text fields are kind of straightforward. So we're going to modify the post text fields accordingly. Okay, we're adding a little conditional. Since the text fields are always there, we're just gonna set it like this. It's the image that requires a little bit of conditional magic. So if rec dot file, gotta go back to our front end. Name of file, right? Now our router, I just remembered, I did not accept a file. So let's make sure I am parsing and accepting a file under the file name. So if there's a file, thank you Copilot, delete the old image from Cloudinary, upload the new one, update the image, secure URL, Cloudinary ID to the public ID. Yeah, you're not wrong, Jazzy Pants. It would take someone just to be like, look at it and like figure out the code to make a it takes someone with the postman knowledge basically to do all this. So yeah, we ain't doing super secure, no big deal for that. I just wanted to maintain consistency of the existing app, so I was like, are we or are we not? So with that, those are all our changes to our post. Cost updated post equals await post dot save. So yeah, this isn't an exactly a find one and update or whatever. That's the power of Mongoose, right? We don't need to go all Mongo-y, call an update one or stuff. We do it object oriented. We update the properties, call your dot save, and move on with your life. You don't need to spend your life writing MongoDB queries. Oh, I might as well add that console log. Why not? Then we send back our updated post. I don't know why VS Code's so confused about this space, but we're gonna assume it was just a fluke. Hey, intelligence, how's it going? I appreciate those 5 bits. Hope your day's been treating you well. We're over here just adding the ability to edit posts and edit the image of the post specifically. So yeah, in Bub with a little bit of React, of course. I don't think you've streamed in a bit, but yeah, Intelligence does do some chill streams, so if you ever do catch them online, it's always a good relaxing time. I think it might be working now. I don't know. We actually haven't tested this yet. So let's make some easy changes. View title. Okay, that worked. It didn't close the modal. So we want to close the modal, and our likes just broke. Hey, there we go. Okay, yeah. Chugazoon tile. There you go, intelligence. Let me add that in right now. Add command. Chugazoon tat. Yeah, it's actually a simple. Yeah, no typos. ACHH. Chew. Oh no. I might have typoed something. There we go. Okay. No typos. There we go. It's working. There you go. There you go. Intelligence. Gesundheit. Aw, you don't need to. I appreciate it though, yeah. Appreciate the other 5 bits. Yeah, intelligent. Again, not doing too much crazy, what you gonna call it, stream and channel point stuff, but I got some basics. That's definitely not making much progress during October. Oh, look, achoo, it made it in the code. So yeah, the post editing, it did very much work. It broke the likes. So let's fix the likes. So when we did some populating thing, I bet, didn't we? There we go. So we did populate likes, populate comments, all this good stuff. We're gonna need to do that for this. Can I just chuck it on there and see if it works? Change it back to title. Oh no. Well, that was a real good try. Tap a refresh real quick. The letter R. Okay, maybe we need to do something else. Maybe we should do the populate before. Do the populate before. That makes a lot more sense, actually. So much more sense. Yeah, we're definitely. I think the liking does work. It's our rendering of the liking. Yeah, so our liking does work, and it is tracking by 1 like a person. It was the fact that, like, when we send it back, we need to also send back the likes because it's a relation, not a number. TTT. Okay, it changed. The likes are broken. Man. Let's check our API response to edit post. See exactly what you send back. You send back a lovely post. Yeah, all the stuff's cool stuff's missing. How did pass me get this working? Oh, to object, obviously. To object. There we go. I don't know if I want to do. Does it have almost? We'll find out. R. Oh, okay. It looks like the likes stayed and everything stayed in place. Okay. Put a super long string there so we can see it pop up. There it is. Now we just need to close this modal. So we can figure that out by looking in the code that worked before for closing comment modals. There we go. We get the closest accordion. Nope, that's an accordion. Get the closest dismiss. Yeah, we get the closest dismiss button in the thing, which is the close button, and we click it. Would you say the Kinesis Advantage 360 is worth it for a full-time software engineer? I, like Oz, have literally never heard of it. We can go check it out though and see what this thing does. But I mean, it depends on, like, I imagine it does something more efficient. Let me finish this. There we go. Nice advantage. Oh, it's a keyboard. Okay. 360. Okay, yeah, I mean, keyboards are pretty good because, I mean, the software engineer field isn't exactly physically demanding, but it is physically demanding in a sedimentary style. So, like, having a good keyboard definitely it's gonna help in the long term. I've heard the Moonlander is a popular one. I'm over here using some Logitech K350, so I'm far from ergonomic keyboard land, but it seems pretty nice. What exactly is the price? What price are we talking about? Are we talking automobile price? Come on, Google, hurry up. Oh, wow. Ah. Ah. Oh, yeah, and the learning curve alone. I mean, I assume that's not more really than a month, to be honest. Whoa, dude. Yeah, that's, it's a price, you know? It's not something I would jump straight to be honest. Like, I would work up to it, like, by getting, like, a Moonlander or some economic, um, ergonomic keyboard, but, yeah, I mean, as you can tell, I'm far from ergonomic keyboard land. I'm just running a K350. It doesn't really, it's just a keyboard. So, I don't know. I mean, I do like stretches and stuff and just breaks like that. So, I'm not always on the keys. But eventually, once I get that software developer money, though, I'll be willing to splurge on it. A few people say the Moonlander is great, so just gonna go on reputation of my fellow 100 devs. Probably gonna be a Moonlander once I get there. But yeah, I appreciate you coming on by. And again, if it's worth it to you, like if you're starting to have wrist pains, hand pains, and stuff, then yeah, can't really put a price tag on your body. Not yet, at least. They don't have, you can't go buy a new hand just yet. Once you can, though, then you can put a price tag on it. Yeah, of course. Key concrete. I mean, it definitely sounds better than what I'm using. K6, rather. Oh, wow, that don't sound good. Ooh, yeah, I mean, it's just a keyboard, right? It's zero ergonomics, yeah. Yeah, see, at least mine like has a bit of a curve to it, so my hands are just like I'm making a diamond shape with my body. So with this, oh yeah, very much a straight ahead. It's been forever since I've used a purely horizontal keyboard. Yeah, definitely not direction I would go. Sounds like you kind of got an answer though. If you're already in pain from this one, you definitely anything's gonna be a better investment than that. Ooh, let's check out this form. How's this form work? So when I update the form, okay, so it does go default value goes back accordingly. Good, good. Okay, let's test out this lovely image. Oh, I actually gotta go find an image. Oh no. Gotta find an image. Here's an image. Technically, it's already in the thing, but there we go. Super grip. Let's see if this works. Hey, there it goes. So, title, caption, and image, full updatability. So this is good, and we're gonna call it a break here. When we get back though, we're going to add the same thing we added to comments, a little asterisk symbol indicating if a post has been updated, just for peace of mind. And then we're gonna make this button look good and make this button look like these buttons. Yeah, that do be the plan. So I will catch y'all on the other side of this break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax, especially if your keys on keyboard. Make sure to stretch those hands out, do the wrist exercises. We only got one body, folks, until technology catches there, but we still got one body until then. Get you on the other side. And welcome back, folks. The break is over. Let's jump back into the code. Well, not that much. That seems about right. So, last we did, we got this lovely updating form working. And while it does work, once you update a post, we would like to have some indication visually that it has been updated. So looking at our post model, we have no indication of we don't have enough data to derive when it was updated. So what we're going to do is add a edited at. Now, thankfully, we have already implemented this logic in our comment, so we can kind of just yoink it. Oh, we used a boolean. So we're going to use a boolean like we did before and set edited to true when we perform the actual edit. We only really want to do this when it actually changes. So let's see, let edited equals false, well, edited equals post edited or false. So true or false will stay true. And then for each one, we're going to check if post title not equal rec body type. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Edited true. And if there's a new file, then edited definitely true. Just keeping this variable set accordingly. So we'll make sure it's true if any one of these three things are changing on the post. And then our final change is to say post edited is edited. In hindsight, we don't need a separate variable when we already have the post. We can just set it on the post itself. So that just got a lot more simpler. Yeah, that works. A little bit of cleanliness could be done here. For const key of title, caption, we'll do logic here. Key is different basically. If the value in the body is not equal to post key, or if it is equal, then we continue. We have two statements coming up. Otherwise, we set it and we set post edited to true. There you go. So a little less explicit, a little more dynamic. There we go. VS Code was like, you want colors? Wait a moment. So essentially, for every key, for title or caption, if it's the same, aka unedited, move along. If it has changed, though, update it on the post and set the edited to true. And that will allow our edited to be updated accordingly. Now, in our comments, we do something to indicate that it has been edited. Right here, we had a cute little font awesome asterisk. We do it on the username. We don't have a username, so I guess we'll do it on the title, which is right there. Let's some extra lines for readability. Let's say if post edited, show little asterisk. Otherwise, show nothing. With that, I think we're ready to make a change. First, we're going to make no changes. It should not be edited. Good. Now we're going to make a change. And it is edited. Boom. And now that it's edited, you can't, there's nothing we can do. It's been marked forever. So that's the indicator I wanted to add. Now, let's fix these buttons up. So what's happening here is we have a button group that's trying to do styles on this button that's hitting this form. So this is actually a cool thing we can do. We can deformize this button. Because remember, the reason we were using the form before was to essentially make a delete request from the front end without client-side JavaScript. That's a long time ago. So again, this is just a relic of the past at this point. What we can do is essentially perform all this logic on click. So I mean, as fun as it is having all this in HTML, it's time to go. Well, on click, we want to handle delete. And if we want, I bet we probably could throw these on the button. I don't know what the HTML spec is going to say about us breaking some rule somewhere. I don't think there's no rule against it. I don't know. But we do have to check what's going on. So current target is, it's not a form anymore. It is a button. It's going to be named this for readability. Yeah, so we're going to see if this can handle. So firstly, styles. Since the button group is now properly rendering them. That's our first victory. Second one, I'm going to manually inspect before we go on, because that's how much confidence I have. Oh, it does have an action. Well, this is actually going to delete something, so I guess we're deleting this. We're redeleting it. Okay, so it's still here. It's very much still here. Okay, let's check out our, nope, not full screen. I love full screen, not what we're doing. Check out our, nope, not that violet thing. Our network tab to see what happens when we hit delete. We get a response back of, oh no, we get HTML, which means our route is incorrect. Oh, I can see it's incorrect. It's API post delete. No, that does seem correct. Method delete. This is a GET request, though. Handle delete. This is supposed to be a post request. So that did not survive for whatever reason. It's okay, we can figure it out with a quick console log. Where's my button? Here's my button. Console log. Button method. I'm assuming this is the fact that it's not a valid attribute, hence we have no property accessor in JavaScript. As expected. However, if I say, I'm just going to do this on my test method, get attribute method, this will work, because this doesn't care about proper things at all. And there we go. Right, so what was happening, Jazzy Pants? I'll indicate here. So the way that HTML, this is the browser, nothing to do with React, is that while we down here said that this button, turn on word wrapping, this button has a HTML attribute of action, an HTML attribute of method. While these are attributes, JavaScript only links up the properties that it expects to be there. So when you say HTML button dot method, it's not, it's like buttons don't have methods. I don't know what you want. You have to explicitly ask, okay, get me the attribute called method. Then it spits out a string. This is what happens when you use attributes on HTML elements that do not officially support them. See, before the form, when you said form.method, it's like, oh, I know I have a method, and I can find it right here, and it gives it back. But the button's like, I don't know what a method is. I have no idea what a method is. So you have to, so if you do want to get it, you have to tell it, get attribute. I think the console might show this for 2. Yeah, see if I scroll up to method, we literally don't have an ems. It's like, you see, these are all the properties. It literally, it's not here. Like here's all the ends. It has no method, even though as far as attribute goes, it does have the attribute. So we can open up our attributes and see manually. Action, method, like they're here. It's just not one that is registered on the HTML button itself. Which, if I can see in the prototype, there you go. HTML element button. So this doesn't support dot method. Yeah, for sure. And that's just that's what happens when you use something on something that doesn't really expect it. It'll show up as an attribute, but you won't get the JavaScript convenience brought on by HTML XYZ element prototype, which gives you all the fun stuff. Yes, I was like, you can, but you're not doing the right thing. That's not going to stop us. Yeah, I think that's why we had to use, we use that for an app solution. So different usages, same result. Give us string and attribute. But now, this delete button should work. And it's gone. There we go. It was a good delete button. So that is deletion working beautifully. Now, last thing we're going to do, at least for this feature, is we see the delete buttons, and then over here, we got a smaller like button. That's it's not playing well with me. So we got to figure out why that like button's so small. So let's find the like button. It's a heart. There we go, FA heart. So the way it's working is because it's in a form, it's probably going to get styled weird. So if I ditch the form, ooh, that's not what we're looking for. Column 1, bootstrap. Oh, there you go. Look at it now. Uh, eh. Be nice if it was like aligned with the left line of the image. Oh, well, now they're not aligned. Okay, I'm not gonna let that. We'll put the button with the other buttons. How about let's put the button over there? Yeah, that'll be cool. Put it beside the delete button. There we go. I mean, yeah, it's also the image, so like the image size is gonna mess it no matter how you go. But I think if I just put it with the other buttons, it'll be happy. Ordering of buttons, you probably want the delete button on the end. So let's find the other button. Since we're messing with buttons here today. Oh, don't delete that. Hey, what did you do? Well, why won't you? What? Call 1. There we go. There. You. Ha. Why are you little? Oh, they're literally out of the bounds. How have you done this? Oh, column 3, right? We have to, so each one's a 1. So we change it up to 4. Whew, okay. Well, it's over. No need to panic, anyone. Look, everything is perfectly aligned, perfectly balanced as it should be. We are good. We have to make this button work now. Now that it looks good, the button does need to work. Hey! Victory! Yeah, good victory. Appreciate that, Jazzy Pants. I think we'll just yoink all this. Oh, I actually deleted the form, right? It's time travel for a sec. Pew pew. There we go. Action and method. Zoom zoom. Where did I put it there? I put it on the front. Sure, front's good with me. Again, we'll make the exact same change to our like. Handle like. We're not dealing with forms, we're dealing with buttons. And for our method, we have to say get attribute. I have to type it first. Like so. Okay, and liking should work. 1 0 1 0. There we go. And of course, Jeannie, yeah, appreciate you coming by. Happy coding to you too. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow doing the power hour. I think Leon's such having a power hour tomorrow. Or mine will, so yeah. I'll catch you next time either way. Yeah, so this like button works amazingly. And that's about it for this feature here. We can do some more stuff, but let's encapsulate this little change. So this was add post editing. Go. We got ourselves an edit post. Edited boolean. Boolean a. Our front end, which got a bunch of changes. Our H2, yep. Our lovely edit field. And our... What changed here? Oh, auto formatting. Get out of here. Our edit post controller. Make sure I'm on... Yeah, I'm still on the right branch. There we go. We'll go ahead and just git push it away. Git push Heroku. Goodbye. This is why I like having all of my my entire project as a single thing. So like I push it off to Heroku, backend's gonna update, and the front end will update. So I really don't need to think about updating two different places, which at this point are out of date. Man, this works pretty well. Let's check out that to-do list. So we have done a thing. So done and... Oh, come on, stop that. Done. Nope. Done. Started. Done. And yeah, I guess the next thing would be soft deletes, which isn't something new, to be honest. But people were asking, so let's hit that up. Essentially, everywhere we do a delete, we don't actually do a delete. We mark as deleted, which I believe we might already be doing in our model. The first thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to actually look at the database, because I ain't about to build a whole dashboard so we can see the deleted stuff. So we got to actually connect to our... Yeah, we're still using the first... We're going to delete some stuff manually, or we're going to make sure there's no orphan data, to be honest. So, comments, this is where some relational... Oh, there are no comments. Likes, no likes. 2 posts. Those are the 2 posts. And Emalia. Yeah, goodbye, user. Don't know who you are. I mean, it was me. It was me! And probably got a bunch of sessions. Yeah, who no one cares about those. So yeah, we don't have any orphan data. That's going to change soon. So our comment has a deleted boolean. Now you can be cool, use a deleted at time, stuff like that. You know what? Sure, we'll add a deleted at. So first is going to be updating our comment, and then we'll be doing other stuff. Deleted at new date. Have to change it from a type of boolean to a type of date. This will allow us to know when something was deleted, which is generally what you track. Same for edited, but we lazy, so I didn't do it for edited. Deleted count, yeah, that's all fine. Deleted at, deleted at. This does mean the API is getting information about when it was deleted, but we get there in time. Good. So that's our comment handling the new consistency of deletions. Now it's time for the rest of our modals to catch on up. So likes, well, you can't delete a like, so that's not how that works. I guess we only have post here. Deleted at, type date. Let's start with our deletions. So I guess a like can be deleted if you liked a post and that post got deleted. No, we're not actually using anything like that. So if you did want to like count the number of likes someone has given out, you would just do that, but exclude the count on deleted posts. So yeah, that's not something we need to do. So it's mainly in our deletion of posts, to be honest. So when you delete a post, you find it and you start obliterating it. Oh, I just realized soft deletes are going to cost a fair amount of cloud because they'll always be in there. Oh, that's a you problem. Find by ID. Interesting, yeah. A21 Blue 3, thanks for coming on back, yeah. Or thanks for being here, yeah. Of course, I'm always open to questions, yeah. Yeah, I can. I could just show people and be like, hey, it's back. I'll make it an option. That'd be cool, right? So, an env file. I gotta go blur mode. Soft delete equals true. False. There we go. Turn that back off. I don't think I have it, but essentially I just added in my env file, which I couldn't show you. Soft deletes equal true. Did I add it as true? Oh no, I have to go look. I added it as false. True. There we go. Goldfish memory. Ah, yeah, that's a good one, Jazzy. Yeah, it's another feature we could go for. Okay, front end dev, 2 months. That's pretty good. 1 year and 9 months. I mean, that's definitely a long time for sure. So the thing about learning JS or React is that you have to learn JavaScript before you learn React. So React is a framework slash library. Don't get involved in that fight. Basically, that uses JavaScript as it's built in JavaScript for front end code. How long to spend on HTML and CSS before moving on? Honestly, like you're going to be a front end dev, so unless you're going to be a designer, you don't need to spend too much on CSS, like pixel perfectness. You essentially just need to be able to see a website and be able to implement its layout. You're not necessarily going for pixel perfectness CSS. And then for HTML, well, that's kind of just being semantic and such, which you can even do that wrongly and it would still have relatively positive results. So not too long. The great thing about it is like once you do quote move on to JavaScript, you're still not going to know all of HTML CSS. You're still going to have to go back and learn whatever thing you're trying to do, like a special form, a field set, attribute here, a meta tag. So you're never not going to be learning HTML. It's just, do you have enough that you can move on? I mean, yeah, you sucked at HTML before you touched it, and you sucked at JavaScript before we touched it, right? Precisely, yeah. That's a good way of putting it, Jazzy Pants. Yeah. But yeah, it sounds like you got a pretty good, like, 1 year and 9 months. I mean, if you've been in there for 2 months, it's basically a 2-year program, I guess. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have some form of support system if they're with a degree school or something like that. Otherwise, it's not. It's a 100 devs. It's a place you can learn at. It's got basically it's going through the Mern stack, so it's a training training program, free training program by a put on by a web dev agency. So it's completely free, all materials on YouTube. They go through it all from beginner, no HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to full MERN stack. So you might be able to zoom through like a few of the HTML, CSS classes, or you'll get the HTML, CSS you need. And yeah, I can look at your GitHub for sure. It's not a call, I promise. I promise. Everyone just wakes up and starts saying 100 devs. It makes it look like a cult. It's not a cult. Do I write my own Twitch bot? I did write my own Twitch bot or my Twitch chat bot. Yeah. Yeah, I can take a quick peek at it. Peekaboo, midooch. Okay, yeah. First, readme, pretty good readme. This is cool. Cool. Random dev Meve. I don't know why the image is broken. Sad image. So that's not cool. Yeah. So this looks pretty good. First thing, you could have some of your projects listed here, like in the README. But I'll look specifically. You're right. Yeah. It's all a cult for us to buy Pokemon boxes, right? Is that the current theory? I never knew they could go for so much. Yeah, HTML code. Movie site. We got a couple of repos. I'll choose the ones you've penned. Game site, movie site, newspaper site. Okay, seems pretty alright. That's a pretty nice readme. An image would go a long way, like having a single image, just a screenshot. It's worth 1,000 words, as they say. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, you're getting there. Slowly building up your green squares, which don't really matter, but they look nice to look at. RuneScape, taking me back nostalgia. So yeah, the fact that there's no image means I kind of have to use my brain to visualize it. But I can look at the HTML. Good using the template. Generally, you want these assets to be after the title. ID of wrapper around a header. That's okay. Using a nav, using a header, cool. UL of anchors, awesome. Font, awesome, that's cool. Figure, fancy, yeah. Don't know if it's necessary, but it's cool. A main with a section, nice and semantic. List of paragraph tags, BRs, I mean, they're cool. Oh, love your comments, denoting the end of a section. Or denoting the beginning of a section, there we go. Oh, there's a photo on this site, let me check that. Okay, yeah, so let's go through that experience, 21. You sent me the GitHub, and then I had no way of getting to the actual images, which someone says, oh look, there are lots of images right here. So yoink that image, grab that URL. Oh, we got a lovely image URL. Shove that on your GitHub README. Would sell 1,000 words. I mean, dang, these things look nice. See, now that I'm actually seeing the image, they look pretty nice. Yeah, pretty fair. Little news site. Yeah, it looks. Hey. Oh, I know I can click on it to go to the live version. I'm just saying, like, on the GitHub, I wouldn't be able to get here. Yeah, this portfolio is great. Yeah. Like, the portfolio itself is actually pretty good, too. Ah, nice. Yeah, I mean, that was the next thing to check at for sure. Let me turn off dark mode. We got some low contrast here. Yeah, we can look at a little responsiveness. Yeah, there's not much you can do with a single page site. Hey, you don't need to know backend yet, right? If you really want a contact form working, you can use like Netlify. They have plug and play contact forms that you don't need to know backend for. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It is responsive, as you said. Your breakpoint could be a little stricter on the nav bar, I guess. But yeah, again, seems pretty nice. Yeah, like exactly, Jazzy. Yes, I am Horizon Shield. Yeah, you're like what? Well, you're like 400 pixels off on that nav bar. Yeah. Of course, yeah. It's like I said, I'm not. I'm just being completely constructive. 21. This is pretty great so far. Yeah. Especially, you got a lot in here for sure. For sure. Yeah, it's better than a lot of us, especially me, as just 2 months in. Great. Create Tayev. Supposed to be an image here? Oh, there was an image here. Okay, my dark mode broke it. Sorry. Oh, you actually have a built-in dark mode. That's cool. Ooh, I actually like this. It's a cute little hamburger thing. I've never seen it look like that. That's neat. But yeah, at the end, the first thing, like maybe you'd linked your portfolio here and I missed it. Okay, you did link your portfolio here a little bit, so on me for not catching it and clicking on it. But if I'm on your GitHub, I assume I can get to all your projects, which I can. I got to the code for the game site, for example. And so if I'm following your GitHub, I'm on here, and I can't see what it looks like, and there's no link to the deployed version of it. So the portfolio is great, but if I didn't go to the portfolio, like I just didn't, like I'm a perfect example of the idiot who didn't click on the portfolio link, I'm gonna think your things don't have images and stuff, but they do. They have. Here's a great URL. You put that URL as this little anchor here, or you can add it in the description box. There's a box up here that you see. Exactly, Jazzy. I mean, I don't know if that's just me being too blind to see it, but yeah. Or even an image, a header style image, like that big of your portfolio, that is a link. That would also work. And of course, yeah. And like I said, I'm completely constructive. You've gotten pretty good so far. As you get through that, this broken image, obviously. But yeah, as you get through it, feel free to if you ever get bored, 100 devs is always there. Yeah, Jazzy Pants, what I do. And yeah, ARG1. Why did I choose Pop! OS instead of Ubuntu? I didn't want to deal with drivers. Oh, the image does work. Do I have to click it? Let me try in Chrome. I'm a weirdo. I'm using Firefox. I know that breaks the internet. See if Chrome likes it. No, Chrome don't like your meme either. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can take the. If anyone else in chat can go check out their site, see if this image works, or see if it's just me. In which case, we can blame Spectrum Internet. I mean, I'm already on Firefox Horizon, but yeah, I feel like that's a lot of people's limit. I recently had to mess with the V3 manifest. It's a tizzy. Oh, it works for you, Jazzy. Oh, it works. Okay, so it's 2-2. It works for two people. It's broken for two. We need a tiebreaker. But hey, are you using anything fire? I don't know. Honestly, don't know what it would be. Yeah, I don't know why it's broken. I can take a peek though. Snooping in your code, don't mind me. Snooping in the code, don't mind me. randommemer.herokuapp.com. Oh, this thing's like super dead. Oh, my bad. I might have missed something. Of course, yeah. We never code this stuff from scratch. Yeah, the Odin project. Pretty good place. It's a little heavy. Like it's not easy to ramp into, but it's pretty good, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I imagine like we may have given the Heroku hug of death, or may just hit too much traffic on it. But yeah, pretty good nonetheless, especially for 2 months with 5 users. I mean, hey, it could have been running 1,000, and we were the last five. You don't know Horizon Shield. It could have that could have been what happened. You never know. Of course, yeah. I mean, there are very few people who actually build it from scratch, right? It's always some form of generator. Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's like lots of things you can do. I mean, and I'm not saying mine's perfect either. Yeah, it's like the way I have it. I have a image here that's a link to my site, so you can like click on it, and then aside from that, it's basically the same as yours. I put all my things in a box because there are so many of these. I was like, I'll take all the images because I'm a hoarder. And yeah, one thing like as cool as having your pinned repos, having kind of like a thing listing images and stuff of each of your projects just makes it more visually appealing. Unless you really push your portfolio more, in which your portfolio has the images. Yeah, as you can see, there's not too much different between mine and yours. It's just this down here. Yeah, it's a cute little thing here. It's just one of them free generators. It's nothing fancy. What site have I used? Okay, so unfortunately, well, it depends on what specifically you're asking about. If you're asking about this, there was a generator, or there was a template, but then I kind of got manual on it. So here's the thing. You can look at anyone's README and figure out, like, you can literally look at the code. I will spend a minute to try to find the template, though. Um, if my fellow hunter devs know the exact link Leon linked us. Yeah, yeah, the GIFs, what can you say? I'm doing one a day, basically. Work. Do I have any? I don't know which one we used. Okay, this isn't the one we used, I don't think. I mean, you know, no, the professional way is to say, "Oh, I was inspired by XYZ." Then never snitch on yourself, right? Just call it inspiration. It's not stealing. Ah, yeah, Maui. It's a tricky thing for sure. Got inspired. What was it? I think I actually got inspired by Sean Charles. Now, I know they used a generator. I honestly can't find the generator, though. Here we go. So this is who I got inspired by. Can you tell? Okay, now we can blame Spectrum for these images. Eh, come on, Spectrum. We believe in you. I don't think it'll hurt to jump into JavaScript now, or do not jump into React. I want to make it clear, you can't do React without JavaScript. The stronger your JavaScript fundamentals are, the easier you'll have with React. So if you jump into React first, it's literally going to be unknowable. You're going to need you don't need to be a JavaScript expert, but I'd say you don't want to be a JavaScript novice. Like, you want to be comfortable in JavaScript before you jump into React. Okay, the images finally load. As you can see, this is where I got inspired from. And I know Sean used a generator somewhere. I just can't find it. Yeah, and you don't, as much as the market says, you need React, you need React, you need React. You need, like, and you'll find all this in 100 devs. Exactly. Exactly. Like, all this said better in 100 devs if you jump on in there. You need to get a personal connection with your interviewer or whoever you're trying to get a job with at that position. And then once you see that, like, oh, this job requires these technologies, you take a weekend and you learn them, and then on the job, because they don't expect you to be productive instantly, you'll, you can crash course yourself kind of on it. It's about learning how to learn and pick up those texts. What about TypeScript? TypeScript is fun. Honestly, I don't see, like, the only reason I'm not doing it is because it scares the people for whatever reason. I enjoy TypeScript. I love everything TypeScript because it's one of those things where it's even more than React. If you know your fundamental JavaScript, you practically already know half of TypeScript because it's literally built off of JavaScript. You are only adding a few unique ways of writing it, like the syntax, and there are some helpers built in, like record and stuff. The rest you can Google. It's like regex. You don't write regex, you Google for who came up with the best regex and you copy it. Yeah, I mean, if it's on GitHub, then it's generally considered okay to like extend upon it, add your own flavor. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of between you and them slash your moral compass. Exactly, Jim, right? It's you should give them credit because if you made something and someone made one change to it and said, "Look at this thing I did," that wouldn't feel pretty great, would it? All right? Yeah, that's right. It doesn't make sense. Like, spoiler alert. Like, if you ever use a CSS framework, you didn't invent the CSS framework, but you're building on top of it. Same for other projects. Like this whole project here, binary upload boom. I didn't make it. I'm just making modifications and changes to it. It's up to your moral compass whether you want to go on and steal credit or you want to share the credit with them. Exactly, Jazzy. Yep. You're not wrong, Jim. Everything's built on something. Shoulders of giants, right? Yeah, and I mean, like for portfolios and other front end sites, it depends on what you're trying to say. If you're kind of going out into the world saying, I'm a designer, look at this beautiful website I made, then they're going to expect that you have designed the visuals of the website. If you're going out there and saying, I'm a front end engineer, I put this together, I like you click this stuff, it's interactive, here's a website, then you're not they would expect you to be like, oh well, you're not saying you're a designer. Obviously you didn't design this, like you got this from a template or something. Netlify is pretty great to be honest. GitHub pages also exist. It's a little more manual, but Netlify, I don't really see why to go anywhere else. It's pretty great free tier. This tweet. Let's check out this tweet. Brought to you by Spectrum. The delay, not the tweet. Oh, you're not okay. Don't go on that hard, but yeah, you're not wrong. This is accurate. Jumping straight to React and TypeScript. That is what a lot of people. I mean, you can't blame him because of the market. No one's hiring an HTML developer. No one's hiring a CSS developer. Sure, they're hiring JavaScript developers, but what you hear about is React. So it's makes logical sense. People want people who hire React, so I go for React. Okay, okay, Mavi. Let's. I take it back. I take it back. You are the owner of your ULs. Yeah, so I don't blame people for thinking, oh, go to React because what people are hiring for, but it's an ecosystem, right? Shoulders of giants. Nah, I'm sure it looks fine. It's fine. I mean, honestly, 21, I mean, it sounds like you kind of already have a plan. Oh, your life advice. Oh, geez. Honestly, staying balanced is because it's you're not gonna get a job in 1 month. You may get a job in 1 month. You might get lucky, but what's this thing? Luck is when opportunity meets preparation. Yeah, 2 months ago, you got along. It's a marathon, right? So my advice would be to stay balanced, learn how to learn. Like, if you use some form of, like, we use Anki to basically make sure that when we do learn all these things, because you're gonna learn a lot of things. The thing about software development, you're never gonna stop learning until you get a legacy position. It's that to just keep learning and keep balanced, and you only got one body, so don't try to push yourself. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. UI UX. So user interface is what they look at. So like this is all user interface technically. User experience, Jim, is how they interact with it. The user experience is that they read the text. They read this title, then they interact with it. Part of the experience. They experience a modal sliding down, these forms, cancel button. They experience the like button changing from 0 to 1, stuff like that. For sure, Mavi. Like, I was going for, like, what's number 1 to number 10, right? React is number 1 out there, or at least it's popular. Ah, okay, well, they're impromptu UI UX explanation there. I feel it though. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, like, you can get a job in anything. It's just statistically, at least for your first job, you want to improve your odds as much as possible, which is mainly what 100 devs is about. Again, you don't have to, again, it's completely free. You can jump to what parts you want, pick and choose, and all that. If you already love the coding experience of your current thing, you can just jump in there for the networking skills, which is something that I'm going to statistically bet, while they claim to have something, it's probably not that strong. Yeah, it's got the odds. It's got the math. Oh, really? Whoa, dude. UI's clicking a button and seeing something happen. Huh. I guess I really don't. I haven't worked with. That's why I'm not a designer, right? Hey, appreciate that follow there. Scrap. Hope we're scrapping along to this Saturday. Yeah, we're doing soft deletes. So the way we're going to do this is when you go to delete something, if soft delete is true, if process env soft deletes is true, then we're not going to actually delete it. We're just going to be like, hey, post that deleted at equals now, save it, and say goodbye. Hey, Scrap, what's going on? Yo, yo, yo. No, no, you know you got it, whoa, dude. I mean, it's again, it's all constructive, community taught, right? You weren't, no need to apologize at all. I was just saying off from the heart what I generally interpret it as. We can all have different interpretations that all are accurate or different in different ways. Again, I'm not the expert here. I'm just culmination of my experiences. So when we delete the post, it's deleted. Shocker, I know. Absolute Absolute shocker. So when we access posts, we just need to make sure not to access deleted post. Now comments, we also need to handle deletion of comments. Well, we'll stay here though. There you go, Mavi, right? If it works for them, it works for you. Post find. Okay, I'll go mongoose find document without field set. Yeah, we all love ourselves dark mode. Find exists false. Okay, that's what we do. So deleted at. I've done this wrong. $sign exists. $. And this, I'll be copying and pasting a lot of pages, I imagine. Oh, here's another one. Find all the ones that are not deleted. Find by ID. Here's the thing. If post deleted at return 404. Bingo, bango. That's your dark theme for you. Yeah, it don't feel good. I think I just turned the themer off for this site. I don't know why. Oh, this is nope, there it went. I don't know. I turn it off at some points for whatever reason, but we're back now, back in the safety of the Darklands. It's like we'll let you like deleted posts. It don't matter. Delete post, edit post. Okay, here's the thing. If the post is deleted at, goodbye, not found. Ooh, MSG. How do I do messages again? I gotta go to the off, figure out how I do messages. Ah, which means everything's gonna have a message? Oh no, we're not. We ain't about to do that. 404. Oh, well, this thing expects a JSON. Hold on, this is only for bad requests. The front end will be good, it will only be good requests. That true, Mavi, yeah. I think I got my brightness. I mean, you don't want them too low, because then you gotta squint, but yeah, they're lowered from default. Yeah, I think 404 then end. 404. There, nope, end. There we go. So edit post. Great. So that's our post controller. Oh my goodness, I still have the old comment file. Well, okay, I'll do a rebase on that later. Don't know why that's still doing here. One notch above min. There you go, right? Delete comment. Populate comments. Why are you so confused? VS Code. Oh, hey, yeah. I'm glad you found me too in that case, Scrap. But of course, yeah, wish you good luck too. Like, if you want, you can just skip to the last one if you only care about like the full stack binary upload boom, and my code's on GitHub there, and I think a few of the VODs are off Twitch at this point. They are on YouTube though, so if you want to catch the first ones, which I started with like class components and functional, they're over there. So I think the other ones are off Twitch. Now, yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I wish you luck. What am I doing here? I'm doing the stuff. Thinking thoughts. Of course, yeah. I mean, I think I actually have a specific... I don't have it linked. That'll be a great command for me to add. Actual reactification. I mean, they all say React in the title, so I don't think it'll be too hard for you to find them. There you go, yeah. All the reactification ones. Front end, bub. Oh no. I'm bad at ordering these videos. Fixed it. There we go. Yeah, so even the latest bub one's there. Delete comments. If no comments length deleted, or do the other thing. Right. Okay, I remember this. So if process env soft deletes, then we're going to say it's been deleted, save it, good, and we send back null. That's what we want to send back. It means your children are definitely still here. Okay, yeah, this is good. Good. Create comment, good, edit comment. If comment's already been deleted, then don't find it. Great. Now I want to make sure that this, since I goofed so badly. Great. Okay, so this file is literally, because I typoed it when copying Leon's, does not exist. Don't worry about it. I will rebase it out later. That's comments. This is post. Ooh, the thing about posts is that I want to populate comments that are only not deleted. Okay. MongoDB populate, don't populate filter. I think it's a Mongoose thing too. There we go. Filter out populate. Where? Oh, what is this syntax? Hey, appreciate the follow there. Baroque. Barbecue. Hype man. You are the hype man of barbecue. Ooh, it's a match. Okay, so everywhere I'm populating comments. Okay, I figured out Mongoose auto-populate. See how that works with deleted ats. Hold on. A soft delete is effectively the same as a clear minus the date or the text. Okay, yeah, it's effectively just makes all of them soft deletes. Right. I almost made that mistake twice now. Yeah, at the very least, these populates do need to be a little polished, so we won't care about the auto, we'll just do the match. Populate name, and then a match. Where's a path in main? Things have changed. The ancient texts are incomplete. Field so okay, show me example. That looks like it's just gonna be easier to go for an object. There we go. Perfect. Now we do this everywhere I do comments. Ah, okay, so this is a weird one. I was already doing it partially. Do. Oh, another weird one. I was already doing it. And now we gotta go to the other controllers. I'm in the other controller. Awesome. Back to the comments one. Great. I think those are the main one. Right. According to MVC, those should be the only places I gotta go, but I didn't do fully MVC on this. So I think we gonna give it a shot. Soft deletes are true. Turn off and back on. Let's make and break some stuff. Oh, why this is light theme. There we go. Let's... Wait, 2121. That's not right. 3001 is where my front end lives. Let's head over to the profile and... I was a little worried there. So soft deletes are enabled, so when I add this comment, then I delete this comment. That's not right. Did it actually delete though? How about that? Let's figure that part out. Compass. Check out the database. I can't help that. It's supposed to be dark on launch. Post. No comments, but I deleted. So the comment still exists. Good job. So that part's working. Let's fix that button. How about let's fix that button? This used to be working at one point. Form action. Okay, so I'll have to find button danger. Comment actions. Oh, so that's the trash can. Cool, cool. Unsubmit, delete comment. So that's something being passed down. Okay, so all the way back up to our app. Or our post, JSX. Figure out why delete comment is doing the weirdness. Yeah, Hyter, that's good. Yeah, I mean, that's maybe, hopefully, if I get in there today, that is where I'm going to go messing around with Haywater. I mean, is there a specific Next.js MongoDB adapter? So I thought you could just use Mongoose and just write the model a specific way. I didn't realize that there's a special adapter for it. Ah, that seems interesting. Oh, next off. Oh, there's a next off. Again, I haven't actually gotten into it. I kind of thought you can integrate it your own thing. Oh, an official adapter. Well, this is gonna be real easy when I get to it then, huh? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I obviously haven't gotten there yet, but wow, there's a lot of them here. Oh, I see what this is. Wow. Yeah, this is the whole shebang. User count. Oh, wow, it does all of that. I kind of assumed, again, I didn't get into it there, Jazzy. I assumed I would have to write this on my own. Like with Passport.js, you kind of have to say, I have a user ID, I connect my own model, but this all comes for free. Dang. Ain't that neat? Yeah, just more people tell me the awesomeness of Nextstop. It's getting better every time I see it. Oh, oh, there we go. Wow, you got your own dark theme. Wow, it's a black theme. Nice. Alright, looking forward to that for sure. Oh, where'd my code go? Ooh, I never found the ID. That's what happened. Comment ID. That's not right. It's not right at all. That's not right. None of this is right. Okay, it's time to inspect it. I'm gonna look at this data. do have a comment here. Underscore ID. I knew it, yeah. You have a bunch of comments, all with underscore IDs. Man, past me really, I mean, I don't know what past me was doing, but it ain't right. So we're fixing this out over here. Oh, we're doing it again. Okay, I guess it's working now. We'll see if the delete button does its thing. Because if you don't do a delete, we get the default, which is what exactly happened. Boom. Okay, it's working now. There we go. Hey, I appreciate the follow there, Haywire. Okay, so we'll get the soft deletion of comments, and for the soft deletion of posts. We gotta go look at it now. The soft deletion of posts deleted at. Boom. Yeah, for sure, rock on. Soft deletes everywhere you go. Now, I guess for this one, kind of do need to document it. Want to use soft deletes. Amazing documentation. With that, it's commit time. And we got our deletes working. Could fix all those. That is a great fix. I love a great fix. Deleted at, yep, that slight conversion and where all the real changes were, the back end. Only finding comments that haven't been deleted. Finding posts that haven't been deleted. Nice. And doing the actual marking of deleted at as the current date when the deletions happen. Beautiful. Add soft deletion. Another one checked. I think we'll do one more. That's just going to be how to receive videos. Spoiler alert, it's not that crazy. And then we'll take our break. And yeah, let's say we go for the next justification. First, so for the videos, it's gonna be very complicated. Yeah, gotta make sure to follow along. Lots of craziness, super crazy. So we go to Molter, and we say allow other things. First, I need to find out what video I'd like to upload. Find me a video. Where am all my videos? I don't know what are in these videos. Okay, I need to actually find a video. So, yeah. Oh, amazing. Okay, I found an amazing video. Best video you've ever seen. So yeah, select a video. Blinky goes blink. All I gotta do now is modify our little multiple filter to allow, well, and we're gonna go with MP4s for now. And I think Cloudinary is just gonna like accept it. We'll find out. Well, that was a real good thought. File type is not supported. Maybe I didn't actually make an MP4. Let's do some debugging. It is an MP4. Oh, it's ampersand, not or. Got it. Invalid image file. I thought Cloudner accepted videos. Maybe you have to do something else for videos. Cloudner upload video for video. Ah, gotta use a video. That's cool. I'll upload video. I'll go figure that out then. That was another blog there. Not too surprising. I'm not using a widget or a widget. There we go. Upload API. Can you get me a Node.js? Ah, dot video. Okay. Not too far off from what I'm using. Let's see. Uploader. Search video in here. Video format. So it's here. I just gotta find it. Video sampling. Lots of more video talk. There we go. V2 dot video. Okay. Is it here? Or is it V2 as in video dot? Should I read the docs? Yeah. Oh, wow. How do you get rate limited from documentation? Show us your ways, whoa, dude. Impressive. Image and video upload. Okay, this looks kind of like where I was at before. Significant lack of... There we go. Node image, node video. Upload. Ah, resource type video. There it is. So yeah, we do need to do a little bit of smart stuff. So yeah, not video. So I guess we'll do a little conditional if it ends with MP4. Source type. Ooh, can I just say auto? I would like if I could just say auto. Understandable. So just for this test, if I just say video. Hey, hacker. Yeah, there ain't no too crazy commands, but they exist. Invalid image. Why do I keep saying that? Oh, what am I touching? I'm touching the wrong thing. I'm looking for create post. Why isn't my code changing? Because I haven't changed my code. Hey, there it went. It's uploaded, and as you can tell, it's not working. So I'm just going to manually inspect this, because the URL will be here. It's just an image. So if I yoink this, and I go to it, there we go. Look at our amazing video. It's a blinking cursor. Amazing. Oh, it's even offset, too. I forgot about this. Ta-da. Custom caret. So yeah, we need to add a little bit of UI support to handle our videos. Now there are 3 pages where we render these. Here, in the feed, and on the post page. Essentially, everywhere we have an image tag. So we render it in 2 places because React is cool, and I wrote it dry, a little bit dry. So we could be fancy. We could have even added a resource type, but we didn't. So we're going to be bad. Since I'm only supporting MP4s, as for videos, it'll be easy to just ternary between it. So this will be if post image. Oh, it's even still called an image. Gross. And with MP4. Yeah, we'll rename it to image later, but we ain't there yet. Okay, why'd you take my alt away? Now this should be rendering on the post page, which I can get to right here. And look at that little video. So I wasn't too scared to get videos working. I'm gonna do this also on the little preview. Post preview. I will rename it from image in a moment. We get there. And now here, when we head on over to our lovely feed, there be the videos. Now for Smart, we don't load them for bandwidth reasons until they're clicked or interacted with. But we have not been smart. We ain't gonna go that fancy. So this works, but it's not really good yet because we still have references to image, even though this is not an actual image. So we're gonna say media. Rename it to media, which is a lot of things to rename. So let's get it started. I'm literally just Control-Shift-All. That's why I'm doing it. Oh, my uploads do need a whatchamacallit resource type of auto, I found out. Okay, we don't care about package lock or some comments. Media. 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 Yeah, no need to pardon at all. What are these commands for? Oh yeah, so the exclamation point commands above you, that's basically just a bunch of bot commands. I don't know, people have them on their channel, so they each do different things. Like account age can tell you the age of an account. Shout out, the shout out variants, they're kind of from me and the mods, like shout out channels. Follow time, ping, make sure the bot's online. Lots of them are just say text, 100 devs, spits out the 100 devs message. Yep, today tells you what we're doing today. I didn't really update that, unfortunately. Some of them are actually do stuff. Let me see if anyone's. I don't think anyone else is streaming at the moment. Yeah, but you can multi-watch. Some of these do smart stuff. Multi-watch generates a link that allows you to watch all these Twitch streamers at once if they're online and stuff. But yeah, there's a bunch of different commands. New media. ID, I don't think we're even using that. And there we go. Everything's been changed, which breaks all of our data. So we gotta perform a migration. Actually, we're not gonna make it an automated migration. We're gonna do a manual one. So I'm gonna open up Compass and rename the fields. Oh, gotta hit connect. So looking at our lovely database, we got our posts down here. Got a whopping 3 of them. We're just going to rename image to media. Great thing about these NoSQL database, or any database you can modify like this, but pretty easy with these NoSQL ones. At least on lower scales. And that should be a database migration complete. Boom. There it is. Yeah, it's here on the feed, it's here on the profile, and so I can't click it because it's a video with controls. That's an oversight. So on the... How do we basically make a clickable video? I guess I disable controls. Yeah, well, that's when like a real migration would be done, right? Can't just fake a migration with that, can you? Gotta do a real one. There we go. Yeah, just take the controls off. Video becomes clickable. Get the interns. Ah, I see you speak corporate. I play drums on my guitar. Yeah, yeah, they gotta have something to do, right? That's the justification. They need to do something. I mean, yeah, it'll work. And then just invalidate the intern's existence with a script. There we go. And yeah, it's basically... Yeah, so as you can see, Cloudinary basically accepts videos too. You just gotta set the accepted type to auto. Or you can, be specific, make sure it only accepts one or the other, as it currently does. But yeah, it didn't take too much effort to get it working. After filling out the docs, getting a little hints, community taught, resource type auto does the magic. And the rest of this mostly was renaming comment or renaming image to media and conditionally based on the extension, which is a bad way, but it works. Rendering either a image tag or a video tag. Good job. And with that... Nope, that's not the page. Does media work for audio too? I assume so. Because, I mean, if you're receiving video, why not receive audio? Although that will be a cool thing to add. Yeah, we'll go ahead and add that. Audio transformation. So yeah, it seems... I mean, seeing references to audio, so I'd say so. Ah, they just treat it as video. Okay. I mean, yeah, for sure thing. So, let's find an audio file. Let's go find one real quick. Oh, Free Sound. I remember them. Oh, okay, yeah, I must have blinked during that moment for sure. Okay, just give me random sound. Bird Park. Oh, we love birds. Okay, I have to turn the music down. Hold on a sec. These are the quietest birds I've heard in my life. Oh, that's because they're on your output channel. No offense. I need to hear the birds, so I'm gonna take them. Oh, okay. I do hear birds. Birds are here. Okay, yeah, so let's yoink this lovely audio file. Much appreciate. Give, please. Burb. Yep, burb. We're gonna summon Rufio. Don't worry about it. Give download link. Log into. Look, I'll give you credit, people. I'm not even using this. Just give audio. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh yeah, it linked to every WoW they said in every video, right? And it, like, I think I remember seeing that one. Come on. Ah, do I really have to log in for this random sound? I have to click the play button, maybe. MPEG, is that it? There we go, MP3. That's good enough. Give sound. Yeah, I can imagine. DLC 654. And look, there is bird sound. You can't hear bird sound, but I hear bird sound. There is bird sound. MP2, yeah. Go back to the MP1 days, right? So we have bird. Need to now upload it. So I'm just guessing we're going to accept MP3s now. So Multer. MP3s. So we gotta do the upload now. So let's make ourselves an upload. Herb, tweet, amazing. Gotta navigate now. Zip code. Where am I? Do 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 do. Lots of folders, super organized. Just all the organization. There we go, we have verbs. Okay, let's see if we accept it. Okay, something went wrong. Let's figure out what. Post has been added. There we go. Okay, so now it's time for our front end to render the bird. So at this point, we're going to make the small change, and then we'll make it a good change, because I can already see we have a ternary basically going on here. Preview, right? Post preview. Stuff ends with MP4, get a video, otherwise it's with MP3, get an audio. No Copilot for me. Understandable. Is audio self-closing? I don't remember. Hold on. It's audio. What am I going to click on? Come on, inspect tools. I believe in you. There's literally nothing to click on. I'm gonna need some text here. So I'll extract the title out. Now, why am I trying to click on an audio? That ain't smart. We're gonna click sound, folks. Beware. We were about to click sound, and then like logic got all in the way. Imagine we were so close to greatness. Can you smell the sound? Okay, now we'll go to our post page. Then we can render an audio, and now that works. Now don't need to click on it. It can have controls. So otherwise, yeah, MP3. audio source equals post media, caption equals post caption. What's alt actually? Then we'll add controls, which will make it actually usable. Or not. Oh, I ternaried. I messed that ternary up. Gotta close the audio tag. There we go. Look, we have audio and it's playing, folks. You wouldn't be able to hear it either way, but yeah, audio support, not too bad. Yeah, I mean it's a little bit less than video support because we already set the auto accept everything, but essentially, first you gotta tell Molter to accept your audio extension. When with MP3s, yeah, imagine the birds. The birds! They're in your mind. Dude, yeah. Man, I could probably flip the audio around. So let's mute that. Mute this. Send it to the output. Actually, you are hearing it. Oh, wow, it's quiet as heck. I'll tell me for choosing a quiet sound effect. Enjoy the birds. It's not like someone just closed the freaking door. Yep, there are your birds, folks. So yeah, audio support pretty well. Basically drag and drop. Yeah, aside from actually rendering the audio on the front end, which you have to do, or you can try to be me, try to like click audio. Why we ain't here for no attack birds, but if you need an attack bird, I'm sure someone will make a 100 hours project for it. Separate schema for followers, follows, and followers. Yeah, I mean I believe that'd be a pretty good way to do it. So like the more you break your data into schemas and the more relational you make it, it's first thing it's going to be a little bit more complicated to query and make changes to. That's the disadvantage. The advantage is that you can mutate the data from different angles or like entry points easily. So yeah, you can load a feed from the followed users, basically exactly what it would do. So you would be able to easily see who you are following and who followed you with equal code effort. Versus if you add a property to one or the other, you can do that one way easily, but the other way will be tough as heck. I'm sure you could tell Mongo a way to do it, but would not be as seamless. MP3 support. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even on the list. Receive audio. Checked. Hmm. And yeah, I think, so we do, after this session, we're gonna be jumping in the next, I guess. Opposite of an attack burb. Yeah. I mean, these are some pretty quiet burb sounds. Oh, jeez, I'm now saying burb unironically. Bird sounds. Hmm. You know what? Yeah, actually, let's go ahead just to prove as an example. So it's not followers, but friends, because that's what I have it called as. So yeah, let's go ahead and start on friends. That's gonna take more than 7 minutes. So we'll take our break early. When we come back, we'll do friends, and then the next session, we'll Next.jsify it. Yeah, that'll be fun. I'll catch y'all on the other side of this break. Oh, I'm messing it up. Go back. Nope. Eh, here we go. Got it. Come on back, folks, as the break is coming to an end. So let's set that timer up and get the plan on the road. So next feature before the next JSification is friending. Basically the ability to mark another user as a friend, and on the feed, so we have a lovely feed here. This isn't working. Oh, that is working. We're going to have a public view and then a friends view. So like one you'll see everyone's post, and the other you'll only see posts of your friends. And then on the profile page, you'll have a list of your friends somewhere down here. Then a list of people that have friended you somewhere over there, which I don't know how I'm going to put in words, but something like that. And then I guess if I want to get really crazy, it'll be, I mean, usually, I don't know. It depends on the system I'm going for. It's just essentially adding someone to a list. If there's an acceptance period, yeah, I'm thinking of it more as followers, to be honest, not friends. Because friends implies friend requests, acceptance, denial, because Discord has friend requests. Yes, I'm going followers, not friends. Because friends is friend request, a lot more effort. Followers, so just looking at our lovely system, our data. So we're going to have, thank you, Copilot. Following is the person that is sending it. Influencers don't have friends. This is by a different name, I suppose, right? You're not wrong. Influencees, that's all they got, right? And then these are literally my two terms, following and followed by. Influence, I mean, am I wrong? Influencees, influencers, followers, followees. So yeah, I think that's what I want to go. And I have written basically every feature, front end first. So I'm going to mix it up a little bit. We're going to go model first. Friend.js. This is going to be very similar to likes. So I'm going to copy the like model and rename a like to friend. Dang it, I did it again. I'm pulling a Leon. I'm calling my recipes photos. Follower. There we go. A follow. Now we have follower. Followee. 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 Well, that's gotta be a real word. I'll make it a real word. Yeah, Jazzy. Follow E. Okay, this is gonna be real confusing saying out loud. Sender. If it should be, right? From origin, destination, target. I'm trying to figure out like which two synonyms I'm gonna pick. Sender and receiver. There we go. Those are my lovely synonyms. Both are gonna be users, because you can only follow another user. And then, yeah, so the way I described it, you're going to be able to follow other users. And that's mainly going to be first showing up in the profile as a list of usernames. You can click and go to their profile. Secondly, as an alternative view on the tab. So let's start with just listing them on the... As you can tell, I have a certain way of doing things. I went back to the view, didn't I? So I'm trying to start with the model this time, folks. So, lovely model. And here we go. We're going to have a friend JS controller. Const friend equals acquire your friend model, capital F, right? It's called a follow. My brain will get there in a moment, don't worry. Module export is an object. Async store, that's not right. Follow user. There we go. Thank you. So that's not right. So receiver is the current, whoever I'm asking to receive. True. This is a form. At least this is going to be, again, as you can see, I really like to write it view first. So when we get to the view, we'll have a form. It'll have an input. You'll enter a username. Then you'll be receiving that user ID. So receiver. So I need to find the user. Const receiver user equals find by ID, except it's not an ID. Find one. That doesn't make sense. What should be happening is that you should be able to go to someone's page and then click a follow on their page. So it will be IDs. Hey, of course, Derek. Yeah, the VOD is available right now. Yeah, I'll give you a direct link to it as I grab it. But yeah, the cool thing about VODs on Twitch is that as they're being recorded, they're always available. So yeah, they're available right now. How about a linky link? That'd be a cool command I should have. VOD. Come on. Come on. Believe in you, internet. There you go. There's a link to the current VOD. Yeah, of course. I'm always happy to help. Yeah, thanks for coming on by the way. Hope your Saturdays are going well. Probably looking for the Netlify stuff. Yeah, it was in the beginning. Easier than GitHub pages for sure. Well, until wait like 48 hours. The YouTube video usually has some okay timestamps on it. Yeah, so follower is find one. If already exists, you already follow user, sure. I'm just gonna end it. We're not using messages because I'm not too lazy. Otherwise, you create a new follower, save it, and you again don't send message. I'm too lazy. 200 end, and let's close this off. That's how you create a follow. Let's say how you unfollow. That's the only two things you can do to someone: follow and unfollow. Find it, end it, easy. Unfollow, defollow. Yeah, unfollow feels right to me. This is our mod, our controller. Now our route will be follows.js, and I'll copy comments. It seems easy. Follow user. We're gonna make it in the params. Receiver ID. Unfollow user. Receiver ID. Now when you follow, it's a post. When you unfollow, it's a delete. Makes sense. User. Unfollow user. Comments controller is now follows controller. Follows controller JavaScript. Okay, I only made one typo this time. It's follows.js, not friend.js. Remove that / and let's update controllers. Okay, I'm gonna let Mongo or Express yell about that. So the receiver is in rec.params. which I said ID. We're going to remove the ID suffix. There we go. It's an implicit ID. The sender is who we are right now. Good. Now, one of these is a string, I'm sure. Mongo will case it accordingly, or Mongoose in this case will convert it accordingly. So that, let's see if we got any errors down here. We do not. Loving it. So this is kind of a cart before the horse situation. In order to get followers to work, we need to create a second user. Not too difficult. Let's make a second user. Username 2. Email 2. I wonder what the password is. Boom. So this is amazing. Here's the thing. We need to like go to the other user's profile, click the follow button. But we don't have profile pages, so we can't do that. So we have to first implement profile pages for each individual user. So surprise, we are getting that feature. Because my brain can't really do follows without it. At least reasonable ones. So, profile. First we're going to mess with our client-side routing. I gave it a good shot. I tried to go data first, people. My brain likes user. There you go. My brain likes writing it this way. User ID or name. Not confusing at all. Now our profile, JSX. Right, so this page doesn't exist. But if you go to ABC, it does exist. Here we go. So we're getting user from our outlet context. Let's not do that anymore. Instead, we want to do the same thing we do in post. First, grab the post ID. Way up here. Use params. User ID or name. Beautiful. Thank you, React Router, for giving me the power. And now what we're going to do is take this user ID or name and pass it to our profile GET request, which will return not only the post, but also the user. So another state variable, plus user, set user equal use state. Gonna go undefined for now, which I don't need to type out. This will destructure into user and post, which will be updating of that endpoint. Deleting all the wrong symbols. Set post sure, set user, set post, update our dependency array to include user ID or name. And if there's no user, then we didn't find a user. What do we want to do? We want to say something like, well, there's two possibilities. If user is undefined, we're loading, so return null. Else, if there is no user, as in it's null, then what we're going to return is user not found. Perfect. And this should be all our front end needs, because the rest of it was already working perfectly fine with a user. At least for this page. We need another page. Actually, we need to update our root, because our URL to profile, there we go, needs a plus user dot. Great. I gotta look at my user model. Username, capital N. Like so. Now this should work. Now our backend needs an update. So our API profile, which I think is auth. Okay, I don't think it's auth. There you go, API profile. So profile needs to receive user ID or name. And now this method needs to actually find by not who's logged in. No. By, an OR statement. Okay, how do we do that? I know it's $OR, but I don't know where. Wait, what? Oh, first we need to find the user. Const user equals user find. So that's not really what I want. Oh, is that it? $or an array of matches. Perfect. So $or an array of match objects. So if ID matches that one, or username matches that one, it's a capital N. You almost got me there, Copilot. So we need to update our import because all the models are in this file. There we go. Now that we have the user, we can use their ID, now that we have it, to get the post. And we send back the user and the post instead of just the post. Oh, let's find one, firstly, for the user. We're not signing multiple users. Using underscore ID with a string, Mongoose will figure it out. Okay, time to figure this out. So if we go to our profile, it don't work. Okay, why don't it work? Hit up with a refresh. Sadness. Okay, network, what is up? Where's my API? It never responded, so there was an error. Message. Oh, because it's not an actual object ID, it threw an error instead of just gracefully failing. Okay. Const. String of 24 hex characters. Okay, so I basically have to check if it's a string of 24 hex characters. So, const user ID or name. And I can destructure that. I am going to ask Copilot. So I am about to do this. Check if user ID or name is a object ID. Is object ID. Boom. Cool. So you can ask Mongoose, apparently. I love that. Const. There we go. And now if it's an object ID, we're going to be finding one by ID, which is basically underscore ID, user ID or name. Otherwise, user name, user ID or name. That should do what we want. And Mongoose has it all, yeah. Something's angry. I mean, the alternative would have been wrapping it in a try-catch, which I was willing to do, but I assume, like, this isn't exactly a groundbreaking request, right? Checking if something's an ID. So I'm like, obviously, it's somewhere. I'm just going to use Copilot to save me a Google search. We'll see if this works now. Ooh, okay, all right. So we got our profile for username 2. And if we go to username 1, ooh, look at that. We got all of username's 1's post. Okay, so now we now have profile pages for individual users. So that's one feature on its own before we go get lost. Let's update that accordingly. And we're doing it by username, which in my app are unique. They can be renamed, but they're unique, and I think they look just just a little nicer. Yeah, Jazzy Pants, victory! Again, like for those who were here last stream, I spent like an hour just fiddling around of trying to implement posts or like profile pages. So it's like sometimes you're just too tired, you know? But when you're fresh, you're fresh. There we go. I actually don't think there's much more on the back end. There we go. What do these do? Ah, auto format. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want your stinking auto format. Save. Add. But yeah, in review, first thing we did was again, going from view first, on React Router, we were like, okay, you have a parameter, much like Express, called user ID or name. In our profile, we use React Router to grab that with the use params hook. We ignored our session user, so whoever we are, we don't care. Create a new state variable for the user to live in. We updated our profile fetch to include whatever we're passing to the user. Then we updated our parsing of the response to include user and post to update the new user and the post accordingly. We added as a dependency user ID or name, so this would re-get the current user whenever the URL changed. If the user is undefined, we returned a null. If the user is falsy, though... Okay, well, come on, work. Ah, we didn't return anything because our backend ain't doing it. So controllers, posts, because I use a null for this signal. I think it's got to be user or null. Ooh, nice. I mean, yeah, they're pretty good for sure. Yeah, like like a profile is like the one that everyone else sees, and a settings is like the personal one for sure. Yeah, I could see that. Cannot read properties of null regarding ID. Oh, great. So the user don't exist. Everything catches on fire. So again, it's baddie code, but we baddies. Sure, yeah. Don't think I'll need to go private one just yet. I think if anything, we'll just have stuff that only renders on this page when you are logged in. Yeah. User not found. We got that thing working. Yeah, so back to the front end. That was the last of the front end. Root. Updated our profile link to have the username in it. In our main router, we added user ID or name to the API profile endpoint. Like so. Now, for the end goal, the whole following system. So many tabs. So this is where we are going to update the front end first, because I tried data first. My brain did not like it. For updating the profile page, we're going to come in and get the current user, logged in user, and that is going to be conditionally compared with the user at the profile page to see what we should be doing. So I'm thinking at the profile page, we should have a little follow button beside the logout button. But also, the logout button shouldn't be on anyone else's page, so lots of fun stuff here. So it's going to be logged in user. Oh, that's right. if I'm not logged in, I can technically access this page. So if logged in user under question dot ID underscore ID underscore ID, I'm in there, triple equals user ID, then, so if I'm logged in as myself and I'm looking at my own profile, I get a logout link. Makes sense. Otherwise, if it's not that and I'm logged in, because I don't want to be able to follow myself. Logged in user. Basically, you are logged in. So we'll do some more stuff in here. I think wants to implement message. No way, Copilot. We are not implementing messages. So if you're logged in and it matches messages, stop doing that. And you're linking to yourself, so you're looking at your own profile, you're not really going to see anything. But if you're looking at someone else's profile, you're going to see a follow button. I guess it'll change based on if you are followed them or not. So, let's go grab our bootstrappy. Where's all the bootstrap buttons? There we go. Where do it be? Here it is. On click equals handle follow unfollow. Right. I just flipped it backwards, didn't I? It's truthfully one's supposed to go first. So if it's not yourself, then you can have a cool button. Congratulations. Cool button is yours. Auto format? No auto format. Sad auto format. I'm doing this because we need more real estate for some text. Should I get a lot of this? Again, these ternaries, they don't look too good. Looks better. So now we have to check if we are following this user. And pretty good, C Films. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, we're over here just implementing follows and followers and good old binary upload. Boom. Your day's been treating you well? Those don't know, C Films, fellow 100 dev streamer, always. Did I type them right? Oh yeah, I did. Okay. They also do some pretty cool streams about movies and Seattle and music. Pretty fun time. Always chill and relax. Also a big PHP and database expert. So this function's not written yet. But what we want to do first is, if you're not following this person, follow. Otherwise, we want to put a unfollow here. So, true, follow, unfollow. So that's my beginning ternary statement. Huh. I'm trying to think about how this data is going to be rendering. Okay, so here's what following can be represented as. Following, so like on the user, it's going to have a dot following. Should be a virtual comprised of a list of usernames, since that's the only data we need. I mean, that's not a bad design at all, Mavi. That's the way I'm going, as you can see. Glad to hear it, C Films. Yeah, it's gotten a little bit more drier. Is that so? Definitely been coming along, C Films. You know what I'm doing right now? I'm trying to pre-optimize. I should not be doing that. Should not be doing that. So, logged in user, following, find user user ID triple equals user underscore ID. Oh, I didn't say that. I said UID. There we go. What do I think of ternary? When do you choose to use? Well, as you can see, I'm using a bunch of ternaries. I'm kind of abusing them in this case, but here's a perfect example of a ternary. If I am following its user, then I want to render the text unfollow. If I'm not following them, I want to render the text follow. So it's usually like when you have, it's the same thing you do for an if else, but you want to do it inline, and maybe you also want it to evaluate to a value. So yeah, it's just a shorter way of doing an if else inline. When you get real nasty, you can start nesting them, which you shouldn't, but you can. No one's going to stop you. That's not how I do it. I say const handle follow unfollow prevent default. I don't have a form. Oh no. You know, I will optimize this a little bit. Is following. There we go. So yeah, you can optimize it. Putting in a variable. All about the ternaries. You're not wrong, Bobby. You love us some ternaries. Yeah, conditional because we might not be logged in. There we go. So if we're following whoever we're at, then we get to do some cool stuff. So let's update our action. Alright, let's throw on the button because we love doing that. Action API follow. What did I call my routes? Follows. Follow user, unfollow user. What did I name it in the server? I didn't name it in the server. Oh, API follow. I just did. There we go. Oh, come on. Page up. Page up. I'm hitting the wrong key. Wondering if you should move an if-else to a ternary. Lines 14 to 22. Let's give it a look there, see films? As that loads, thanks to Spectrum. Follow user, unfollow user. Follow user. Let's see if that's load. Okay, 14 to 22. Okay, not really seeing. So, the thing about ternaries, usually they're one line. You have 3 expressions here. I wouldn't really see this as a prompt ternary thing here. I mean, there's a bit of repeated code. -1. No, it's not really. No, I would not go ternary for this one, personally. Both of these things, these expressions could be individual ternaries based off of this conditional, but I think this is fine as is. It looks fine enough to me. If I can do the cool select thing. No, I cannot do the cool select thing. How do you do that? Is it shift click? There you go, that's the cool select thing. Yeah, I forgot about how that works. Yeah, I think you're pretty fine as is, Steve Films. Because what that would turn into is that would turn into 2 ternaries. One ternary for the inner HTML, and another ternary for the total score. If you want to do that, you could. You would put this as an expression as const is correct. The answer inner HTML and total score would be based on is correct. So you could do it. And I'm going to ditch your consoles. So it would be is correct ternary this way, otherwise ternary that way. -1. The same thing for total score equals is correct +1 -2. So you can go full ternary, but I personally am not a fan of this pattern because you basically made it hard to read what logic goes where. Like, I have to visually match, oh, okay, when it's correct, this happens, versus when it's incorrect, this happens. You see, like, I don't like that personally. Oh, you're thinking about that? Okay, let's copy that in, see how it looks. Okay, let correct wrong. Okay, that's you could do that. I mean, this isn't syntactically correct, but it's something you could approach. It's a way to do it. Yeah, I'm not personally going to be a fan of it, but yeah, you can probably figure out a way to get this working. And then returning an assignment expression. I mean, if you're really going for them Code Wars points, you're definitely going to Code War with this one. Yeah, personally for me, it's a bit too unreadable. Like, even this is personally better than this, but I personally would still go if else over all else. Or actually, yeah, this whole... No, we do need that. Yeah. So, I mean, you could reduce the ternary to just this number too, and like you can simplify it a little bit, but honestly, I would... This is fine. It's only like 8 or something lines, so it ain't hurting no one in my book. Okay, so I can't use an action here. It's dynamic. Yeah, just my personal opinion, of course. Ah, we also got setters. Oh, it's gonna be horrible. Okay, let's figure this out. Handle, follow, unfollow. Hey, appreciate the follow there. Rockstone BB. Hope your Saturday's been treating you well. We're over here just adding follows and followees to our little binary upload. Boom. What's our routes again? Follow user, unfollow user. There we go. Hey, I appreciate it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, all the code is right here if you want to check it out. It's been a long journey. You know, we started off just reactifying the existing base from 100 devs, and now we're adding some cool features, and maybe later on, like, I don't know, in 30 minutes or so, after the break, I will convert it all to Next.js. I'm looking forward to. So we're going to use a little trickery here. So if we're following, it's going to be un. Otherwise, it'll be none. There we go. So we're doing a little string manipulation trickery to get our API route like that. Yeah, JSX. It is, you know, it's part of the React experience, right? You can't really... You could write React without JSX, but, phew, that's an effort for sure. JSX is generally, though, easier to learn than React, right? So, like, I didn't convert this app straight to React. I converted it to JSX first. You can see the commit there in the repo. And then I converted the JSX and front end entirely to React. So it's a different way of writing, you know, like HTML essentially, though not really. It's a way of writing views. But for the most part, it is HTML. For the most part, there are changes, of course, but once you learn them, you basically learned them. And of course, yeah. Guess we didn't need the form at all. Handle, follow, unfollow. I guess we need to figure out what the response of these are. So if we're following them, I guess it depends on literally the response, right? So if is following, then we are effectively unfollowing them. Oh, there we go, Copilot. Set logged in user. Ooh, ooh. I need that. User. Thank you, Copilot, for reminding me. So if I'm following and I'm unfollowing, then my followers goes down. And I'm following. Yeah, it's removal everywhere. Everyone loses stuff. Perfect. Else, gonna do it for me again, Copilot. Yeah, so I am additionally following this person, and they are additionally being followed by yours truly. There we go. We're messing all the data up. Yeah, we don't even need to get the response to this. We're just going to be very optimistic and assume it works. Lovely. Hey, I mean, it's earning it, right? Again, like I said, it's once you get the code, like here's the thing. I could have figured that out myself with enough time, right? It's not solving the problem. It's enhanced autocomplete to me. It just wrote all that, so I didn't really have to. But yeah, when it does do some magic sometimes, but for the most part, it's definitely earning its paycheck. Just auto-completed that right out. And even brought in set logged in user, which I didn't think of, so yeah. Got some inspiration at times. So this is good. Now we need ourselves some populates. So this is going to be back on the model. It's going to be a virtual populate, isn't it? So our model, so on post we have likes, right? There we go. We're going to yoink that and put it, no, down the user. So our user will have following. It's basically every, well, it's technically a cross table. How do I do this? Oh, relation table. Oh, what's the mongoose way of doing this? Let's look at my other relations. Like or an ID. Huh. So it's technically a double populate. Like, I don't really care about the relation. Ah. I'm not gonna really worry about it. Ref. Oh, what other Copilot or VS Code? Someone help me. Okay. Mongoose docs. I'll find it myself. Maybe I can ask Copilot actually. Let's see if Copilot can do it. Follow local. Okay, it's just doing the thing. That's fine, I guess. Followers, do the follow, followed. Is that how I do it? Sender received. Right, so sender is following. Okay, yeah, of course, see films. Enjoy your board games. I mean, you won't know till you try it, Mavi, right? You can, I think the free trial, if you haven't used it, you can grab the free trial and see how it goes for you. Yeah, see how you like it. Like, I didn't know if I would like it until I tried the free trial. Okay, so Copilot didn't really fix that one, but it tried. So if I'm following, then I'm sending who I am following, which I am the sender. There we go. Virtual, let's see, virtual type. Okay, I don't want that. Prototype virtual. I guess this is what I want. Local foreign just count. Add a getter to transform. Okay, mongoose. Virtual. Yeah, I don't know what that's gonna do. No. Ooh, deep virtual population. That's what I want. Sounds like all the buzzwords in my soup. Oh, rather not. Hmm. Ref. Yeah, I'm not gonna get that anything. I don't think. Hmm. See if this stocks. So virtual ref local foreign virtual on document populate. Okay, when we create a blog on a populate author path, you can sorry for the bright theme, folks. Populate the author, I get the document, then I can populate the thing. So I can further populate, which is fine. On model, find populate. Yes, it's just chaining populates. Appreciate that. Not what I want. So following, followers, just receiver. Yeah, so I think these are my virtuals. I'm going to update my profile and my self endpoints. So to the routes, to the main, to populate both following and followers. Huh. How do I populate existing? I swear I've looked this up before. Populate after save. Sure. Oh, so you just say dot populate. Oh, you can say dot populate on the. Execute populate. Hmm. Okay. Populate followers or following followers. Or is it execute or exec? EXEC. There we go. This will need to be a wait. So I think we're starting with yours truly, a logged in user. So just hitting up the home page. We're gonna see some stuff. Or not. X populate is not a function. Okay, we won't do it. We don't need to do that. That's something. Okay, response user. Okay, all thing. Now my virtuals are missing, so I have to say, what is it? Lean. But then on my user model, I have to say render the virtuals. Or is it two object? I don't know. Am I not? There we go. Two object virtuals. Inside. You know what? I can just make it my way on there manually. Or not. Okay, API is gonna be weird. Being all weird. Nope, well, don't like that. Populate.lean is not a function. Okay. Why? We won't do it lean. Is this satisfactory? Something. Significant lack of follows. Okay, we gotta bring up the console. Found user equals find by ID. Populate. Oh, come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Found user and rec.user. I think rec user got all serialized and saddened. Okay, so I mean, just look at this. The found user has the following and the followers, but the boring user does not have it. You have to do. So the thing is, I don't need this on every one. I'm trying to figure out if I move this into Passport to make Passport do this job. Uh. Let's make Passport do this. See what difference is gonna be. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know how to populate in this syntax. We're using promises. Well, write the rest. Or not. Okay, now this should give me a user with following and followers. And there we go. This is being additional request, but we ain't being efficient here. This thing is every user needs it versus me making additional requests right here every time. I think it's an acceptable sacrifice, which means now I should be able to go click that button. Well, only on that one. This one I will need to put the populate on. Where is it? Find one. Here you go. Dot populate. And follower. So where this data is stored is actually in MongoDB, RockstoneDB. So I'm using I'm using MongoDB as the database, and Node is communicating to it. Node.js is communicating to it through Mongoose, which is using the MongoDB driver provided by MongoDB themselves. So the data is right here. We got users. Let's see, different user object documents. Got sessions for authentication. We got posts, all these lovely posts. Got likes. We only have one like. And we got no follows and 2 comments. So yeah, it's all right in the Mongo database, a NoSQL database if you're not familiar. You can use other databases, but you just have to write the code a little differently. I think this is ready to go. Following is undefined. Logged in user dot following. I'm not logged in. Interesting. Yeah, see, relational database is pretty cool. Yeah, definitely ain't going nowhere anytime soon. I started off with SQL myself, so yeah. SQLite, MySQL, Postgres, it's the three I messed around with mainly. SQLite were easy to start with because it's just a file. Yeah, I mean, most of the concepts almost transfer over. Like you see, I'm making it relational and stuff, but there's some things you can't do in SQL. Like, I mean, you can, but Mongo's more built for like nesting documents and sub documents and JSON and stuff. But yeah, different tools for the job. What failed? Logged in user following. Wait, what? A button on click failed. Profile line 41. What's the point of the optional chaining thing if you didn't do your job? Okay, weird. That's weird. If not logged in user, return null. I mean, I put the optional chaining there. Oh, the logged in user is defined. Following isn't. Oh, it's not good. That's not good at all. Jimmy's my whatchamacallit. Too lean or populated or someone's failing in the chain. Probably gotta throw two objects on stuff. We'll see. We'll see if anyone has a thing. Yeah, root for our user. No following. And of course, profile. I literally even don't see it. Well, either way, where is it? It's the first state variable. Post. Oh, oh, GitHub hooks or not React hooks named it on the wrong one. Post is this little thing. Poor thing got confused. Either way, we do not have our user. So our solution is both in routes. I'm just gonna follow routes down. There you go. Get user. We need to say to object, and then in the other one we need to say to object. Because for whatever reason, the JSON doesn't call to object. I'm sure there's a good reason, but it's not doing the stuff that we want. Man, I could start saying lean on some of these. I don't know if that's gonna call to object. The reason we want to call to object is because to object gives us the user with all the virtuals included. It populates the virtuals. So now that we have that little error, which is a real error, not something I was supposed to ignore, should not be happening. We can tell it's not happening because we got no crashes. If I go to the other user, I got a follow button, and I'ma click it. Oh, do not give me a first try. Oh, it looks good. Let's unclick it. Ooh, look, we gotta check out the database now. Also gonna want to check out all the state too. Oh, sorry for the flash. Check out state while we're here. Yeah, you don't often see a first try like that. Let's check out our root. Check out our user. We are following. Oh, this is a state. This is a state. No, no, no. Desync. We have desynchronized. So if I refresh, let's look at the database while that loads. I put a user in there. When users don't go in there, it's a following entity. So now if I look in root, now that's from the database. Not cool. Okay, let's see if it was just database did not persist or what. Nothing in the database. Wrong refresh button. No, it's not going in the database. So post API follow user. Okay, so let's track that down. And we're not getting any 404s, so it is. Oh, wait a minute. I'm missing a URL. Oops, a daisy. That one's on me. There we go. Yeah. User underscore ID. Why? Oh, I have no idea why that's actually being accepted then. Those should be 404 not founds. Weird. So it was not, in fact, a first charm. It was a silent error. That's more like it. Okay, so database got it here. Well, and look, we have a follow. And now if I refresh, we get to look at the real data, or the real populated data, for the very first time. Okay, so following is this cute little object with an ID, a sender, and a receiver. Now this is what I need to do all my conditional on in the front end. Unless I do a double populate, which I do a map of each one, getting all the ones that I'm following. When I'm following, what information do I need from them? I need their usernames. Significant lack of usernames here. Awesome. So on one way, I need to populate receivers, and the other way, I need to populate senders. So when I'm So when I'm following someone, means I'm following them. I need to have the receiver as an object. But when I'm being followed, is it down here? Nope. Poor state got confused. I need to have followers, the sender, because I don't need to see myself. Okay, I can see this. So let's find my following string. Oh, big search. I want to do an additional populate, so I gotta find where I did that elsewhere. Populate. I need a second path. Somewhere around here. There it is. Another populate. So first object, then next object. So first, for the logged in user, I need to see who I am and who's. Sorry, I gotta figure this out. Yeah, it's it ain't simple data, is it, Mavi? Very, very complicated in this particular schema for the price of making the data more or easily accessible from different advantage points. Path following, populate. No, we ain't doing that. I want to populate the. So if I'm looking at who I'm following, I want the receiver. Then another populate. followers. And I want to see sender. So I want to see who I'm following. I want to see who's following me. Right. Good. Now there's somewhere else I'm doing this here. So this is for a profile page. On a profile page, that user needs to see who they're following and who's following them. So they need all the populates. I think I can just go copy that thing then. It's pop. It's 2. Oh, and path I can put a space between. That's right. Now database putting in the work. And we'll see this right now if this works or not. So I am following receiver as an object, exactly, and they're not populated, good. Now I am on the profile. I have my followers, which contains, nope. Nope, nope, nope. So when I'm looking for a follower, I don't care about the receiver, because I am the receiver. I am the one who knocks. I care about the sender. I went too far. So followers don't want sender, which means the other ones do want sender. There we go. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Rarden. Hope your Saturday is going well. Over here working, trying to get the data to do what we want. I have to first figure out what I want the data to do. I went the wrong way. It's okay. So it's receiver, sender. Oh no. I think we're getting. Maybe we might not be Next.jsifying this thing just yet, because I just circled myself with logic and ended up right where I started. Ooh, nice. A classic. Yeah, we did a little Code Wars today. Definitely a good practice to do every day. Code Wars a day, right? That is the plan, yeah, and always prepping. Followers, sender. Good. Okay. This is starting to look good. Now this is just looking bad. So I want this follow button to work. So is following. So if following, find. So if it's not a follower. So follow receiver equals who I'm pointing at. Now, as a following. No, find it. Find it. Yeah, passport. Following has receiver, so I can't say receiver, I have to say receiver underscore ID. Whew. Yeah, that's right, Rarden. Code War Day keeps the code weenies away. I'm trying to think, why do I need to know who I followed? I only need to know who I followed on this page. Okay, so yeah, data can be optimized. Ooh, did the button update? I don't. Yeah, the button update. Yeah, it says unfollow now. There we go. Let's open a mod mail. Nah, I'm kidding, Mavi. It's about consistency in all things, right? I mean, like Leon said, it started off with just, like doing your AQ daily, and now it's up to a whole freaking checklist of things. So it's fine. Like, it's about consistency in general, not the specifics. You got different priorities at different times, right? God, family, and what's the other one? Coding, I guess. Whatever the 3 in the list are. career. I think that was it. Yeah, this button works now. Now, however, we gotta make this tarnation thing working. So, const response equals this. Const follow equals await response JSON. This thing returns a new JSON when you do follow someone. So new follow save. Full follow, and then res.json full follow. So here comes another relational algebra question. So when I'm following someone, the shape of this follow, since going into my following and their follow, well, it needs both. Oh, that was easy. All the things. How'd I add that to it? So find one. I don't know why I have this logic here. That's brilliant duplication. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Goo. Find one and delete. Does it return the found one? Ooh, returns the document as it was before deleted. Okay, const follow equals here. Res.json follow. There we go. This is what we're deleting. We're going to need this to do the deletes. Kind of got sidetracked there because it was easy, but let's now figure this out. We want to populate both sender and receiver on this existing document, which we just tried, and it did not go well. Well, thankfully, sender is right here. So, full follow sender rec user. It's a lot of extra data, but that'll work. Now, full follow.receiver is a param, which we don't want. Okay, user find one, find by ID. It is a user, it is an ID, yes. And now, since I did the assignment, it should work. We'll do some network inspecting to figure this out. If following, then we are unfollowing. So we're getting rid of all of the follow that has an ID not equal to follow ID. This filter says true to keep. So true, and then false. Correct. Then instead of adding logged in user or whatever this is, we add the follow, which is populated both ways. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Let's start with the net. Start with the network because I'm paranoid about that. So we unfollowed them. We got back a failure. Did the unfollow user post API? I mean, you didn't do it. You're not doing what I want. So API follow, unfollow user. Unfollow user seems about an alright controller name. We need the routes though. Unfollow user, receiver seems valid. Okay, let's yoink this URL. Ooh, it is a post. It needs to be a delete. There it is. So if we're following, we're making a delete. Otherwise, we're making a post. Wow, that was an easy one. Try it again. Oh, stop profession. Okay, so our state updated. We got back the follow that we are deleting. If I check my components, I can already tell from some endpoint that we're all right. both are clear. I check my root. Both are clear. Then when I follow, okay, looks like we didn't get that far. That's okay. JSON failed. API follow user. Ask the network. Any 500s? 500 user not defined. Got to get that import. Follow controller. Easy. Backend is updated. Try it again. Still a failure with a 400 because it already exists. All right. That's a very much a unique circumstance. Won't happen in production. Good. So clear this out. Unfollow. Now we get to follow. Failure. Okay, what's up? Find one by ID. You're right, that's not a function. Find by ID is what it's called. Once again. We're getting there. Unfollow. Clear. Follow. Okay, good. We got back the new follow data. Sender and receiver double populated. Okay, I think this is looking good now. What I'm going to do is... That's the whole CRUD operation there. Well, that's creating and updating, technically reading, but not displaying to the user. So now on the profile, we're going to show somewhere down here. I guess we'll just do three width columns below here. A call of 6. Div class name. Call 3. Followers. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Let me go make a UL. And you make a bunch of paragraphs. No. We want a list. Make a list. Come on, make list. There we go. List of... It's not a follower, it's a follow. Follow ID. For the ones that are following me, I care about the sender username exactly. Well, this is a list. This is a list of links. Yeah, so we have the username here. We want to go to /profile, their username. Capital N. It's a long line. You know, while we're here, let's do the other one. Nope. Want to do this one for me, Copilot? Following. There we go. Who's a good Copilot? Receiver. Good. Okay, I close it for you. Okay, following and followers. Oh, it's not. Column 3. Do I need to do something to... First, they're buttons. That's not right. So, I mean, the link's right. Oh, and following right here. Yeah, so yeah, I can jump between them. It's cool. I just goofed up Bootstrap apparently. Column 3. I mean, the whole thing's a 6. I thought. Good system. How does it work? I want to use numbers. It should show me the nesting. Am I not supposed to nest them? Wait, should they both be 6s? because it's half the parent container, not half the screen. I love CSS. This is fine. So we have. I just won't put it inside of this div. That'll be right. And they're both down here. Them on the right though. Um, it's fine. But yeah, so this follower and following relation is working. Once I go on over here, and I go on over here, come on, and I unfollow, I'll disappear from their followers list. I refollow, and I will appear under their followers list. I love Ali. That's definitely worth a commit right there. And then we'll get to the feed where we can have the page that actually shows you all the posts from the people you are following. Again, very poorly optimized, but it works. It works. It's what matters. A lot of files. I'm pretty happy about how MVC turned out on this, so turned out very model view controller in my opinion. Having to go drop the to a global on the passport. Not a fan of, but it works. And if it works, it works. So, and following. Now it's time for the feed to be a little better. So, Bootstrap tabs. Style tab. That's kind of what I want. Perfect. So I want two tabs, one for public and one for following. Again, we're working from the view first. It's my brain likes it. Let's go back to the actual feed and take a look. There we go. So this feed doesn't go in here. Go here. Oh, actually, it does go in there. Oh, this is the part where they're actually tabs. Okay, so which tabs would I like? Well, I like this. It's taking the space. Drop downs. I ain't doing drop downs. JavaScript. I got Bootstrap. I have React, although I guess I would want JavaScript to handle it. Okay. I can start with. Do these work? No, those don't work. Give me the working ones. There we go. This is some good looking code. Again, we're breaking all the rules, mixing Bootstrap in here like this, but it's fine. Yeah, I mean, this should just work. It's a clicky clicky change. Nope. Ah, because I used a bunch of anchors, didn't I? I did. I have a bunch of hrefs. Ooh, and they're hash routed. Ooh, all this. Okay, we might have to get reactive on this. This is where React Bootstrap would actually help out the library because it probably is handling all this correctly. It's okay. So not too much to work with. So it's going to drop one of these entirely. We're going to drop the... Yeah, so what we're going to do, we're going to make a state variable called tab. This tab will contain which one we're displaying, and we'll appropriately update the feed with what post we want to see. So const tab set tab equals use state. We'll set the tab initially to public. And then we'll go ahead and add tab to the URL, like so. And then here comes the fun. So we're gonna put our post list in to the content. Oh, really? It's not even tabs. It's just. Okay, or not really. We're losing the tab concept day by day at this point. Because it's really just changing which feeds or which posts are being rendered. So not much tabular about this. So yeah, we're just gonna simplify a lot of this. I think we're just keeping the styles, to be honest. Let's just see how visually this appears. Well, so back to the feed. Okay, bad styles. If all we care about is the styles, and these are the styles we got, we ain't on a good start yet. Here we go. Nav pills, nav fill. Okay, it's okay. How about nav tabs? How do I like that? Okay, well, first I stopped doing that. Pills or tabs? I guess I like pills better. Now for these, you're not anchors, you are now buttons. Turn off a lot of this unnecessary stuff. And the href. And I just keep the role controls. I'll keep some of that accessibility. Nope, there aren't actually another tab to point to, so goodbye this. Selected true. Yeah, this is going to swap out visually. Public. And following. So visually, this should look what we want it to be. Good. Now we do some fun on clicks. And some conditional stuff. So first, aria selected will be tab triple equals public. And aria selected here will be tab triple equals public. Is there a sound problem? I hope there's not a sound problem. Can you not hear me? Uh-oh. Hello? Is there a sound problem? Oh no. We turn the captions on. Hello. Oh, that's not good. Try it again. Oh. So I actually don't know what went wrong. Hello. The weirdest thing is that captions keeps working. That's the most confusing thing of all. Like, captions are perfectly fine. And, like, OBS is receiving it, hence captions are working, but Twitch is not getting them. Is there a network blip. No, network was fine. We dropped 61 total frames, so not a network. Oh, okay, I appreciate that, Mavi. You can't hear me though. Well, this isn't fun. Think thoughts. I could turn it off and back on really quickly, OBS at least. Yeah, we'll give that a shot. So, gonna try to restart stream in a sec. Really quick. So let's see if that will do the trick. Stop. Hello, hello. These are the words out of my mouth. I am saying them, and hopefully you are hearing them. Wow, wow, my Twitch is being real responsive tonight. It actually stopped streaming for a moment there. Hey, I think the audio is back. Let me know if it's not for y'all. It seems back for now. Thankfully, we don't have too much longer to go, so either way, it seems the stream wants to end itself. Hello, hello. Oh, wow, that stopped and started it. Wow. Huh. Hmm. Well, it does appear to be working now. Hey, I'm glad to hear success. Okay. Back on the ball. Gonna finish it out in style this time. There are no incomplete features this time. Thanks for mentioning that, by the way. I had no idea. So, lovely tab. Just reviewing what we are doing. We have, because I don't know how long I was missing, we have a list of posts, and based on which tab the user has clicked on, we're either going to render all the posts, or we're going to render only posts from this user, from who this user is following. So we're updating now, converting this bootstrap stuff to React. So I'll add a active thing to this class list now. So add in here, nav link plus tab triple equals public. If so, active else empty string triple equals and following. So at the very least, that's the view of it. Now we do need the on click of this, so let's figure this out. On click equals handle tab click. And that should be easy enough as a function called handle tab. Let's call it change. Okay, Copilot, you win. Handle tab change, which we will receive the button. Ooh, it's a value. We're not doing that. We have a text content that we can lowercase. Now this should just update. Oh no, the buttons, they're ugly. I think what happened is my ternary went around the whole thing and not the addition. Hopefully. There we go, it looks pretty, and now the buttons go back and forth. A lot of effort there. This is what we're here for. Clicky buttons go back and forth. What we're really here for is now the side effect of these buttons going back and forth, the additional fetching of posts. So what we're going to do is whenever this changes, we're first going to clear out the original post. Empty them out. Then we're going to make a fetch request to API feed, whatever tab name this is, which will then respond with the appropriate post. Now we need the backend to do that, so to the routes. So, nope. Looking for main. API feed type. There we go. Then we're going to grab our type and, well, if it's public, it's going to be really easy. There we go. We can do that outside the try. If type triple equals no, we'll go for public. Then we're going to do these two lines because they work just fine as they are. Otherwise, we're going to get complicated. So we're going to... Okay, what are you doing, Copilot? It was a real good try, Copilot. So we want to get all the IDs of users that we are following. So get IDs of users. Rec.user is following. Const following, follower, receiver. Now remember the way populate is working in Passport. Following, those are objects. So dot underscore ID. Following IDs, and now here we go. We want to do this, but only for posts that have an author inside this array. So model post user is inside this array. So there's a user. What's the way? $n. Following IDs, like so, and then this actually isn't changed too much. I guess I might be able to one-line this. Okay, so this should work, but we need some more posts. So easy one will be adding a post, and if it's working, I won't see the posts that I created. So let us... I gotta go get a picture. Well, I gotta get in media, technically. Trying to find a picture real quick. Oh, here we go. This is a cute one. Oh, I just hit the logout button. No. Oh, wait. My bad. I mean, I am retesting authentication, obviously. Username 2. Password 2. No, email 2. Oh no, I need to find all the things. Get back in there. Email-y. Oh, great. I'm trying to log in at this point. Email. Password. Did I break authentication? When did I do that? Rec user undefined. Oh, great. What so we get for now master of TypeScript. So can I just log in? Let me in. It's fine. Whoa, dude. I don't remember breaking this, but we will figure it out. Not found. What does that mean? Oh, so that's another thing. Completely unrelated. All of those are broken too. But our navigate to profile is old as heck. So that's a thing that needs an updating. Turn to profile. This also needs an updating. Who knew we were so far incomplete? All these incomplete orphan features lying around. So posts. I need to have access to user._ID. Sure, just get this to work. Navigate profile needs to be plus json.user username, capital N. Do that. Oh, I also did user ID. There we go. And I think this URL is not going to work, but I should be logged in. Logged in as who? We'll find out. Logged in as username. Wrong user. I mean, might as well go follow for follow at this point. There we go. Now we do want to log out. Then log it as email to. And valid. There we go. Uh-oh. Oh no. Well, it would be real nice if I had one of them recovery password things, but I guess I don't. So we're gonna log in as user 3. Sad orphaned account. Please enter a valid. Oh, I know what I did. I chopped off I just ran to the same error. Email. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I thought I'd be fancy and write like password 2 or something. That's on me though, I guess, huh? Uh, yeah, I was like, ooh, I'll make it fancy. That's what I get. Okay, oh, great, something's doing a weird funkiness there. What the? It's working just fine. Problem in chair, not in computer. Is that what we're saying? Surely that's not what we're saying. That would never be the problem. There we go, we got cute duck. Now, if we head back to the feed, we see on public. What's wrong with this? Oh, class name. Alright. Oh, I copied it. I just yoinked it from the thing. Yeah, oh, of course, of course. I just... Now, that was a problem in chair. I kept the pixelator on for way too long. Yeah, we ain't getting to Next.js tonight. Now with this coding quality. But yeah, on public, we see we got our coolest face picture, Python duck. And on the following tab, we have nothing because we're not following anyone. But if we were to follow someone, yeah, there's no user discovery. Follow their username, and wow, look at username. They're so popular. They got all the other usernames following them. And look, we see all the posts from our friend username, which does not include our post. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, I say that's basically. I mean, I don't know what else you use followers for, but to look at their posts. But yeah, I see that's working pretty flawlessly. Definitely enough for a lovely commit. We'll separate these commits out for all that weird auth stuff. Yeah, that's an auth thing. Weird auth. Weird auth's cousin of Weird Al. Following feed tab. It's functionally a tab, though it's not really one. You know, we can update this a little bit better. Const filter equals this filter. If type is following, update the filter. Good, and then we use the exact same filter. The end line to that. Awesome. So that way this code down here, aside from using this variable, is why is it different? Why has it changed? Okay, I guess Git does not recognize it as similar code. Whatever. Oh, it says the return statement. Drop return. There we go. Now we get unchanged line. BEA. Beautiful. And that we fixed more auth. Okay, so that was add following feed tab. See if I can quickly do the fix up or if I have to do it offline. Add following profile pages. These were all related to the profile page. Some of them related to following. Okay, fix up. Yeah, I'll be squishing this into the thing later. This should have been done earlier, but it was not. Any moment now. Even VS Code wants to give up. What do I got running? We don't need compass. We're gonna go there in a moment. Fix up, add profile pages. I'll do that myself. There is our synchronization. Lovely. Hey, TimTech V2. Oh, what I'm building is a little, so essentially I am reactifying this, so it's kind of like an Instagram or social media clone. But yep, might be basically perfect. A social media app, and we've reactified it, and now you can upload, images, you can upload videos. Amazing video. You can upload audio. And the latest feature is that you can follow other users. So you can look at the public feed with all the stuff, or you can click the following tab and just see stuff from people you followed. So yeah, it's definitely been an endeavor. Just building on this, messing with React router, all that fun stuff, but it's keeping for a bit of a way. Speaking of what have we done, we're gonna mark that following system off. We're not doing that. We did get profile URLs. That's another feature for another day there. Hope your Saturday's been going well, TimTech V2. I don't want to ask what happened to V1. When's V3 coming out, huh? Yeah, we're not doing password or any of that tonight. Yeah, I mean, y'all speaking of Next.js pretty good. So y'all got me definitely wanting to do it. But I do not, I mean, with all the mistakes I made in the last hour, I don't think I'm going to be able to Next.jsify it. It's definitely on the list. To finish this off, though, we'll find ourselves a good Code Wars. Let's find some Code Wars. You do any... Okay, snoop on our friends. Let's see. Ascend, descend, repeat. 3 integers. Return a string that starts at minimum, ascends, and then descends until it's the appropriate length. Hold on. Length 11. Oh, this seems actually kind of a good one. Okay, yeah, so it needs to be 5 long. Start at 1, 3, 2, 1, and then it stops when you're 5 long. This is like a great one to end off on, folks. War.js. Here we go. I'll drop it in the chat. Just want to follow along or check it out on their own later. I click the button again. So, interviewer Bob. We are beginning to be given 3 integers, a length, a minimum, and a maximum. We'll return a string that starts at minimum, ascends until reaching, descends until reaching, and then continues until the length is reached. Lots of edge cases I'm seeing here. Kind of ruin our flow for what we're asking for. Well, let's see. Length will always be non-negative, so our length of our 3 parameters, length greater than or equal to 0. Negative can appear from minimum and maximum, so minimum and maximum are essentially any whole number. Hyphens do not count toward the length. Ooh, what an interesting caveat. So a number of -1, 0, 1 is 3 long, not 4 long. Okay, so I'm counting how many numbers I've inserted, not character count. The resulting must be truncated to the exact length provided. It sounds like that is contradictory. Okay. Return an empty string if maximum less than minimum or length is 0. So we can't have invalid this or empty length. You can equal, and if so, it is the same number repeated for the length of the string. That sounds like an edge case to me. Okay, Bob. It's a lot of edge cases, a lot of unique logics here. So I think I understand all the inputs. We're returning always a string. I'm going to figure out exactly what you mean by negative symbols and then the truncation. So as I write this, we got some pretty good examples here. So 14, 0 to 2, 0, 1, 2, 1, 0. Yes, I note how it's not repeating the edges again. You just swap direction. Okay, I think I understand the examples. So let's go ahead and bring in your function name, ascend, descend. Let me turn off Copilot before it starts cheating for me. So let's go ahead and make our examples a little more friendly for us. We're going to come down here and make them executable with a little console log. So console log, send, descend, and we have a length, a minimum, and a maximum. Thankfully, you put them in order. And this should triple equals these strings that you have outputted here. So, when we finish writing this, if we see the output of the same thing equals the same thing, as in 1, 2, 3, 2, 1 equals 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, I believe we can consider the challenge completed. Just for convenience, I'm going to start up an extension called Quokka, which will output that output the output into VS Code, whatever that means. And yeah, I think the concept I'm going to go for approaching this is first going to be handling a few of the edge cases. So handling if length is 0 or minimum is less than maximum, returning an empty string. Additionally, I will then be handling if minimum and maximum are exactly equal. I'm going to return minimum repeated that many times, length. And those should be the three main base cases. Then I'll start implementing the actual algorithm, which is going to involve starting at minimum. So it's going to be a for loop. The for loop is going to be setting our current index to minimum. It will continue executing until the digit count equals length, and it will add the change to the current index. Now the change is going to be a 1 because it initially will be ascending. But once we reach maximum, the change will be flipped to -1, indicating descending. Finally, I'm not exactly sure how to handle negative symbols as described, but I'm sure we'll figure out when we get there. Dang it, Copilot. Okay, Copilot's off. It was only a second. I did not cheat. So, first we're going to do if maximum less than minimum. So first we're going to say if negative length, or if not length, or maximum less than minimum, return an empty string. Then we're going to check if minimum triple equals maximum. We'll be returning minimum to string repeated length times. I'm going to swap these around for readability. So if minimum is greater than maximum, it's more readable in my mind. Now begins the algorithm. So we're going to say let change equals 1, because we're always going up, for let I equals minimum, and say const digits equals here. Let me reread the length part until the string is the appropriate length. Okay, so let string equals an empty string. Then it's going to be until string triple equals a length. So while string is less than length, of course that's not how symbols work. And as we continue on, we will add to I change. Now, our actual logic, what we're doing each time is adding to string I. So string plus equal I. If I triple equals maximum, then change equals -1. Else, if I triple equals minimum, change equals +1. We are brute forcing, or we are being explicit here. Eventually we'll turn this into a boolean well, not a boolean per se, but a negatory to automatically multiply this by -1. First, we want to return our string to see if I have done well with the positive values. And judging by these strings, I would say I have completed the base of the challenge. Now, seeing as there is a bit more logic here, I'll submit it to the auto grader. And we have failed here. So expected -5 to equal the negative sign. Okay, so after granting more information by using these test cases here, it appears that the step about truncation was quite literal. So substring from 0 to length. Now, given that example, I will bring in this test case into my suite just so I can run it locally. 1, -5, and -4 should equal a hyphen. It does. Let's bring in another case that should not have failed, but did. Expected this to equal that. 2-digit numbers I did not anticipate. I will, again, copy in this test case, see if my changes have already satisfied it. From 10 to 12, expected to equal this here. It appears my truncation has already handled this. Again, all these seem to do with double digits, so I will assume that my addition of truncating the string with substring has resolved the remaining hidden test. There we go. This does appear to be working, interviewer. And with that, the core of the challenge, I would say, is complete. Now, of course, there could be some optimizations here. Firstly is right here, I described maybe improving this in some way. Though now that I'm looking at it, the optimization would basically be if it reaches either of these, flip it to negative. So it'll be a or conditional. So this or this, then we will multiply the value by -1. Which, if you don't know, multiplying it by -1 changes it from 1 to -1. And that has already broken my solution. Well, let's not do that then. Let's leave it as this. This is perfectly fine code. We didn't need to further complicate it. As for my base cases, they're not going anywhere. And I can shorten this syntax. String equals here. I do believe change is something local to this scope. So I can additionally change equals 1 move this variable inside here, since we don't need change on the outside. And I would benchmark this to compare with other results, but honestly, for readability's sake, I believe this is the best I can come up with, as all these mutations are not easily done functionally speaking. Though if that's what you desire, I could do so. Yeah, I'm not seeing this getting any better. Okay, folks, I guess we'll see what the Code Warriors came up with. Code Warriors! Okay, so increase, decreasing answer. Oh, that was, okay, an efficient optimization. They continued, so they generated the increasing string. Sorry, and then the decreasing string, and then they repeated that string so many times instead of recalculating it every time. That is more efficient. Jazzy Pants. No, I think that is like the better way of doing it, like approach-wise. I just didn't think of it. Still way off, lol. I mean, you were pretty close. I'm actually curious now, so I guess I did not reach the optimal solution, but I'm confident this isn't optimal, because essentially our O of n is considered this. So this is O of n. Like if we're using O of n, this scales really badly. The slice at the end. Well, you basically had it then, Jazzy. So I'm going to bring in this example that you have mentioned to me now, and we're going to benchmark it. I don't know if there are any other better examples. Oh wow, someone brought out the repeat too. Dang, all kinds of options. See, I told you it was there's no hope of Next.js at this hour. So let's see these three lovely examples. Just for fun at this point. Okay, so let us let me go my turn off Quokka. And oh, that's not npm. npmi benchmark. And then sorry, no flash memory. Gotta grab my gist. GitHub.com to grab my little benchmark helper suite. Bench.js, hello, hello. Yoink, yeet. Save it. Grab my example code. And let's see how this turns out. So first we'll swap all these ascend descends to drop all those consoles. Ah, too late. Use func instead of whatever that is. And let's go ahead and throw all of our functions in here. See which is the most efficient. Ascend, descend, ascend, descend efficient, and let's see what the repeated variant does for our heart. I will make a big example, cost big. Actually, I don't need to, since I'm literally not asserting. I assume they're all correct. We want a length of 1 million from negative 100 to positive 100. It should take a bit of time. And node war. Let's see how long these cases take. Maybe a million was a bit ask. Okay, it crashed. Something crashed. Okay, so not a million. Let's go 1,000 for a more reasonable number, as I am curious about why it crashed. Okay, I guess a million literally was too much to ask or something. I don't know. It's not a bad sign for the efficient solutions. But yeah, as we can see, wow, repeat. The least, wow. Huh. Weird. Okay, let's go through the normal cases, actually. Because it says that mine was the fastest, or like the brute was the fastest. So I don't know if I believe that. Ain't that interesting, folks? It's surprising, right? You think like, ooh, we're being efficient, and it's like, no, JavaScript itself was being efficient, I guess. Okay, so the repeat does appear to be more efficient. Why would that be? Did I copy bad code? So create 3 strings, we create the increasing. Then for every time, as long as we just keep adding. I would think that would be efficient, but that just goes to show that JavaScript is really good at concatenating strings, I suppose. Wow, I mean, that's 40,000 versus 5. Man, that is shoulders. Huh. And this example is essentially building the same thing, but repeating it that many times. I gotta find me another example out here. Maybe I just copied some bad code. Let's sort these. How do we sort them? Sort them by best practices. Oh, I guess it is sorted by best practices. Let's drag this one in. I can actually start inlining these. I don't really need to. I do have to name them something else. We'll drop that one here. This looks like an efficient repeat, so I'll just check that too. Yeah, goes to show you, even that surprised even me, folks. I don't need this side anymore. If there are any other ways that can this be done, though. Okay, someone's using an array. Let's bring the array in just to see them all. Wow. Okay, well, last chance to see this thing be efficient. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, it turns out that the one I thought was the most efficient wasn't the least. Just goes to show how expensive all these for loops are, I suppose. Or rather, that goes to show how optimized the built-in methods are. I suppose that's the alternative way to phrase it. Oh, okay, the array is actually the second best, most efficient. Huh. Well, if I'm not really learning anything from this, to be honest, but let this be a lesson to benchmark your assumptions, right, folks? You can think something's fast, and reality be another thing coming. Yeah, that was actually a pretty good one to not end off on for sure. Yeah, you're not. That's right, Jesse. With that, we are not getting to Next.js. Maybe next stream. Next.js for next stream, maybe, right? It can be, right, Jazzy? Yeah, it definitely threw me for a loop. Because the fact that, like, this one, you do less changes to the string overall, which you think would be faster, but is slower. Yeah, that's my brain for you. But yeah, that is I'm pretty tired out for this stream. We made a lot of progress though. Got a lot of bub going. Yeah, the actual ways are definitely shrouded in mystery. Not paid enough to know the mysteries, just to end in results. Yeah, there's V8 magic for sure. All that hydrogen. They like named like 5 different optimization things into the engine. It's like it's magic at that point. Yeah, folks, we got a whole bunch of bub features added on, following a little bit of SSR, cheeky SSR, all the likes, all the editing, all that cool stuff. And yeah, if y'all get any raid suggestions, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, there are a few folks on. There's Taika Girl doing some serverless functions. So, yeah, you weren't able to get. I wasn't able to get any serverless functions, but I mean they're not using Next, but it's close enough. It's pretty close. Cloudflare workers. Oh, those are actually something new. Check out the category in general. If there's anyone else. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah. We actually have fellow 100 Dever, I think. Bring up the Discord real quick. 'Cause I could have swore, but I swear I follow all the people, but sometimes they're just not followed for me. It's with Godot, but it's a physics simulation, so it's always a fun thing to relax on. Watch them bounce marbles around, it appears. And disable stream mode. Clicky clacky. Oh yeah, Eric Codes. They're a fellow 100 hours for sure. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid them. Let me give them a shout out. Eric Codes. They have a weird spelling. Erikodes. There we go. Eric Codes. Fellow 100 Dever. Over there, they're doing some Godot stuff, but it's physics sim, which is always a fun thing to mess around with. So yeah, feel free to hang on over there. Show them the 100 devs love. And I will see y'all tomorrow during Super Review. Then I'll see y'all probably next class and all that. So yeah, maybe next JS, next stream. Appreciate everyone coming by. And of course, Mavi, yeah, and the VOD for this will be on YouTube with timestamps within the next 48 hours. So, see you then.